our temporary home, which we're so grateful to the RTA for allowing us to be here and kind of make it our home for the next several months. So today we're gathered, as we always gather on Tuesday mornings before the actual council meeting, to acknowledge individuals, businesses, and organizations who make it a priority to positively impact our community by making a difference in the lives of others. So with me today we have Councilman Roland Barrera. He's District 3 representative. He's going to be helping me with a couple of the commendations. Our first proclamation recognizes the importance of proper fire prevention care and the steps that we can do or take to help prevent dangerous house fires. So with that, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and we'll hear a little bit more about this. So whereas the City of Corpus Christi is committed to ensuring the safety and security of those living in and visiting Corpus Christi, fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally. Homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas home fires killed more than 2,800 people in the United States in 2021, according to the National Fire Protection Association, and fire departments in the United States responded to 338,000 home fires. And whereas 2 of every 5 home fires start in the kitchen, with 31% of those fires resulting from unattended cooking, and more than half reported non-fatal home cooking fire injuries occurred when the victims tried to fight the fire themselves. And whereas children under 5 face a higher risk of non-fire burns associated with cooking than being burned in a cooking fire, Corpus Christi residents should turn pot handles toward the back of the stove. Always keep a lid nearby when cooking. Keep a 3-foot kid-free zone around the stove, oven, and other items that could get hot. And whereas the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You and Pay Attention to Fire Prevention, effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and use caution when cooking to reduce the risk of kitchen fires. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 8th through the 14th of 2023 National Fire Prevention Week in the city of Corpus Christi. And of course, we urge all people to check their kitchens for fire hazards, use safe cooking practices, and support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Corpus Christi Fire and Emergency Services.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate the recognition. And we just, we're thankful that we recognize Fire Prevention Week. But for us, fire prevention is 24/7, 365 days of the year. And we just appreciate the support from the community. And as the mayor said, 40% of fatalities in house fires are because of a kitchen fire. So it's very important that we practice proper, safe cooking operations in the kitchen. Never leave food unattended while it's being cooked. As she said, turn the pots away from the holders away from the front so that small children don't grab them and pull the oil over them or the boiling water. We see lots of those types of injuries. So just continue to practice fire safety. And I'll always say this, and smoke detectors are very important. Make sure your smoke detectors in your house are working. They do save lives. A lot of, we come across in this country a lot of times where homes had smoke detectors, people died, and they go back and they look, and it was because the smoke detector, the battery was taken out, was inoperable. So we appreciate it. I've got several of my staff here. This isn't all of them. The rest of them are out there working. They already had stuff testing and inspection scheduled, so they weren't able to make it, but we certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Chief Wade, would you like to say a few words?
Just to echo the fire marshal's comments, is the best incident for us to go to is no incident. So fire prevention is just critically important for us to ensure that the community is safe, and the time that we get to have interactions or days like this, or when we're getting out in National Night Out and we don't ever see you on an actual incident. So just as a reminder, just general home safety, cooking safety, and the fire marshal was 100% correct. The smoke detectors save lives. So make sure you have a working smoke detector in your home. It is the greatest thing to alert you, whether it's in the daytime or the middle of the night, that there's an incident happening in your home. And thank you again for the proclamation, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, sir.
This is fine. I can shoot over. I just need everyone to. Perfect. There we go. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And I don't see this at all. We're good.
You're gonna bring you. Because they'll go ahead. Okay. Okay. Our next commendation honors the late Rebecca A. Underwood for her contributions and legacy of service to our community. And with, okay, our councilman's going to actually help read this one.
Sure. So, okay, we got it. From the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, it's her honor to commend the late Rebecca A. Underwood, a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi who brought goodwill and recognition to our wonderful city. Rebecca A. Underwood attended both Mary Carroll and Richard King High Schools. She spent many years volunteering in the neonatal unit at Bay Area Hospital and volunteered at Shriners Hospital for Children in Houston, Texas for 11 dedicated years. Rebecca was a member of the Order of Eastern Star and the First Lady of Alameen Shriners 2015. She gracefully served as the First Lady of Texas Masonry 2020 and was the only person selected from Corpus Christi in 185 years. Rebecca was a member of the Daughters of the Nile, a pendant to Alameen Shrine Center, which provides financial support and assistance to Shriners Children's Hospital. She served as a Goodwill Ambassador of Texas and as a member of the Daughters of the American Revolution.
So on behalf of the city of Corpus Christi, we appreciate the commitment and legacy of service of Rebecca A. Underwood, or for her contribution to this community. In remembrance of civic leadership and dedication, we present this to the late Rebecca Underwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to hand this to you, and you can open it as you wish. But what I'm presenting to her is some jewelry that Rebecca, when she served as First Lady of Masons of Texas in 2020, the First Lady creates some jewelry to distribute and sell around the state. And because of her proud history and love for the community, she created jewelry that was representative of this area. And one is a sand dollar, and the other are 2 starfish earrings. And I know she's looking down today, and she told me, you must give these to the Lady Mayor. And I'm proud to do that, and I hope when you wear those, you'll think of this. Good deal. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Let's hear you.
Gotta get
Let me
that.
put this. Yeah.
Wait for me. Perfect. Everywhere can you? Right there. Now I can see. Great. All right. Everyone looks perfect. Big smiles. One more time. 1, 2. Look right here. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Okay, our last proclamation highlights the significance of legal professionals and their contributions to our community and to our legal system. Councilman? I'll read that part, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Whereas our vast and complex system of justice cannot function without the skills and dedication of our nation's legal support staff who provide vital administrative and technical assistance to our courts, government, business, and private law. Legal support staff, along with the judges and lawyers in our community, participate in one of life's most satisfying endeavors, the administration of justice. And whereas one of the main purposes of NALS, the National Association of Legal Support Professionals, is to increase the skill, competence, and usefulness of legal support staff so they may better serve their employers and play an integral role in the working of our judicial system. And whereas NALS, together with its state and local associations, has designated from Della Street to Donna Paulson, managing legal client expectations in a pop cultural world, as the theme for this year's Court Observance Week. This year's theme is about perception versus reality of the legal field.
So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 9th through the 13th of 2023 Court Observance Week in Corpus Christi, Texas, and urge all citizens to recognize the contributions made by legal support staff to our system of justice and to commend their efforts to develop professional knowledge and capabilities. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Guajardo and Councilman Barrera, for having us here today and issuing the Court Observance Week proclamation. My name is Lisa Castañeda. I'm president of the Corpus Christi Association of Legal Professionals. Our organization was chartered in 1953, and we are associated with the National Association of Legal Professionals and the Texas Association of Legal Professionals.
Hi, I'm Gina, and I'm a reservations chair. The purpose of this association is to further education of those engaged for work of legal nature and to cooperate with attorneys, judges, and bar associations. CCAP conducts a monthly regular meeting where speakers discuss legal educational topics.
Hi, my name is Diana Martinez. I'm the vice president of the Corpus Christi Association of Legal Professionals. In 1959, CCALP established a fund to award a scholarship to a high school or college student pursuing a degree in the legal field. This scholarship is known as the Ethel Ray Scholarship Fund and allows CCALP to award a scholarship each year. Membership in our association is offered to any individual performing work of a legal nature.
Hi, my name is Rosaura Salinas. And CCAP also participates in community service by selecting 2 local charities and where we give them help and we donate funds at the end of the year. Thank you.
Evelyn McRae here. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Do a little higher. Do it one more time. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm good. Good.
Great. Thank you all so much. Thank you all for everything you do.
Okay, well, that concludes our proclamations and commendations. And we have about 15 minutes before the council meeting will begin. Thank you all for joining us. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at the RTA for your city council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and our invocation will begin given by Pastor Greg Hood from Reach Ministries. Pastor? Good morning.
Good morning, friends, servants to this community. I appreciate standing here before you and before him to bring us to him. Let us pray. Father, maker of all, sustainer of life, giver of good gifts, we love your beauty in this community. Thank you for it. In all its unique ways, we give honor and glory to you. Now, as we serve you, Lord, I pray that we will look to your principles. Lord, that we will choose humility over arrogance. Lord, that we would choose short-term pain for long-term gain. That we would choose respect among one another. And Lord, I pray that this day, would you give us the grace that when we lay our heads down tonight and rest, we can say that the words of our mouth, the meditation of our heart was acceptable to the rock and redeemer. We also pray for those around the world suffering today. Lord, we can't even imagine what they face. But we ask, as you look into that circumstance, who the Lord Jesus himself, who walked that land, who is the Prince of Peace. May there be peace in the hearts, peace among people, as we turn to you and rely on you. We ask all this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Bless you. Bless you. Oh. Thank you, Pastor. And so the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be given by Katie Baker. She's a junior at Veterans Memorial High School, participates in the academic decathlon, and plays in the orchestra program. Katie?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor
The Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Katie, thank you, and good luck in your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. So next we will go to section F, our city manager comments and update on city operations. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to do the safety briefing. The safety briefing is part of the RTA meeting process, and it will be read by Assistant City Secretary Stephanie Box at the beginning of our meeting.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. As the mayor said, my name is Stephanie Box, and I'm the Assistant City Secretary for the City of Corpus Christi, and I'll be giving the safety briefing. In the event of an emergency, we will exit the boardroom to my right, your left, proceed towards the west stairwell, down to the first floor, where you will exit through the west side doors. Once outside, you will continue toward the clock tower adjacent to the transfer station. City Secretary Rebecca Huerta will account for all the council members, and I will be the last one out to ensure everyone gets out safely. 3 things to remember during the emergency: please do not use the elevator. Please only return once the all clear has been given. And if we need to shelter in place, we will do so in the west side stairwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, Mr. Zanoni, would you like to continue?
Okay, great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. We do have a couple things on the city manager report this morning. And we do want to begin, though, with a staff announcement. And we're going to announce, and then he is going to come up to the podium as well, to the council and the community, Nick Winkleman, who has been on the team for a little bit, but recently has been appointed to Corpus Christi Water Assistant Director for Planning and Infrastructure. Nick is responsible in this role for overseeing the capital projects for water and wastewater infrastructure, and we went over those this summer when we developed the budget, as well as backflow prevention programs and administering our consent decree with the federal government. So Nick previously served as the planning and engineering manager for Corpus Christi Water. Since joining the city organization in 2021, Nick has been integral in the development and execution of CCW's capital improvement program. He manages the backflow program as well and the consent decree project as well during this time. Nick is unusual in terms of background. He spent most of his career in the private sector. And so we do like to get a blend of private sector professionals as well as persons that have been in public service for most of their career. But Nick brings 24 years of experience in the private sector prior to joining the city. He does have several degrees. He has a Bachelor of Science in Geological Engineering, as well as a Master's of Business from Missouri Science and Technology. He holds a professional engineering license in civil engineering and is registered in Texas and Illinois as well. So has a lot of background credentials, a solid individual to help run very important programs for CCW. So at this moment, we're gonna have Nick come up, and please welcome me in congratulating Nick to this new position.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I just want to say how appreciative I am to the city manager, the deputy city manager, COO Molly, and Director Nebgen for this opportunity. My wife and I moved here in 2021, and we are immediately, I know it's in the right spot. Immediately, I recognize the dedication and the commitment of all the people at CCW. I'm fortunate to be on that team. Fortunate for the opportunity to have a positive impact and help this team grow stronger. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Nick. Okay, we're gonna move next to a third quarter budget and finance report, and this material should be coming up on the screen here momentarily. The presentation was included in the agenda material that went out last week, Monday, and then again Friday. And after today's presentation, we'll put the actual report online for the council, and we'll actually send it to the council, but we'll put it online for the community. So the actual report is 65 pages, and this is consistent with our quarterly reports that we show. This is information that we put up each quarter on the city's website, and it does include fund balances. There were some statements made during the budget time that we removed a fund balance statement, which we did not. And it's in this report, and this report, the third quarter report, will be placed online. So we're going to begin with slide 2, if they're putting up the presentation. So this is the third quarter financial report. It covers 9 months from last fiscal year. So that includes October 2022 through June 30th of 2023. So this is 9 months of financial data. A lot of the material that I'll show you has already been assumed in our 2024 budget, any fund balances and the like. So today's figures that I'm going to show you are unaudited, and then our financial policies that the City Council considers through the year and approves, as well as the charter requires that the city manager provide quarterly updates to the City Council on our finances. So let's begin with the general fund, and as we usually do, we'll start with the revenues. This chart here shows our annual budget. Again, this is for last fiscal year that it already concluded, but this is the third quarter. And we had a $307 million revenue budget then. When you look at what we expected to bring in or collect for the first 9 months of that fiscal year, it was $254 million. And we surpassed that and brought in $260 million. So that $6.3 million difference has been assumed already. We've used that in development of the 2024 budget. But this chart shows some of the variances. The property tax is just a matter of collections, and we should receive all that by the end of this year. We did have less revenues in telecommunications, and that's just a lagging of the payments to the city. We received some revenues we didn't anticipate, to include the LIFT fund loan payments. We talked about that in the recent council meeting, $1 million better budget there. And then some of the state of Texas reimbursement when our firefighters go out to the state to help areas of need, we get reimbursed for that. So those revenues are included there. Our municipal court, led by Judge Chapa, is doing great, about $1 million in more revenue based on those improvements there and great leadership. So on the next chart is our expenditures. Again, for the last fiscal year, the budget then was $340 million. For that fiscal year, the third quarter, what we expected to spend in 3 months was $255. The actual spent was $227, so a variance of $27 million. So this variance in the actuals only includes spending. We did, through the first 9 months, also encumber some additional dollars, $13.6 million. So when you look at the encumbrances plus the actual expenditures, the variance moves from $27 million to $13 million, which is about appropriate for those 9 months. So the next slide just reminds us of the budget initiatives that we had last fiscal year. Last fiscal year, we had 133 budget initiatives totaling a little over $40 million. 107 of those were completed on schedule, ahead of schedule or on schedule. There are some initiatives that are falling a little bit behind, and they'll be caught up. There's correction plans that have been put in place. Some of them deal with still delays in acquiring materials and supplies because of supply chain issues. Another fund we focus on in these briefings is our hotel occupancy tax fund. And so the budget amount for the full year then, last year was $17.6 million. What we anticipated for the 9-month period was $11.6, and what actually came in was $1.1 million more, or 12.7. And so we appreciate Visit Corpus Christi's review and monitoring of the taxes. They continue to monitor both closely. Okay, now we're going to move to our water fund, and we'll cover the wastewater next. But on the water fund, you can see the budgeted amount for revenues and then the budgeted amount for expenditures on this chart. And so what we anticipated to receive in revenues for the first 3 quarters or for the first 9 months was $97 million. And we received just about that, $103 million or $2.9 million better. So that's a factor of good forecasting. On the expenditure side, we expected to spend for the first 9 months $103 million, and we actually spent $87 million, which is a $16 million variance. But that variance does not include commitments that have been made in the form of encumbrances of $7.6 million. So if you subtract that from the 16, we're about $9 million underspent for that area. And then when we look at the wastewater fund, the companion fund for Corpus Christi Water, similarly on the revenues and expenditures, the first 3 quarters, $60 million is what we anticipated for revenue, and we came in at $61 million, so pretty close, $1.1 million to the variance, to the good. And on the expenditure side, a $9.7 million variance in terms of what we thought we would spend, but that does not include encumbrances of $4.2 million that have been made against that budget. So the variance is somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million then. Okay, so those are some of the most important operating funds. We know that we do have several funds in our budget, and again, this 65-page report has all the detail that is very transparent. It'll be provided to council, and it'll also be placed on the website as we have done at least in the 4 years I've been here. And then let's just focus on the capital budget then, the other side of the city's business. We know we have operating services, and then we also do a lot of capital investment. So 2 good stories here, 2 good reports. In our bond 2022, which is the most recent one, and before I explain these, we still do hear comments from time to time that we're not producing, we're not getting things done. This slide here will be to the contrary. This shows we're getting things done in the city. So in our bond 2022 that was passed most recently, all 32 projects are either in design and 1 is in construction. So none are left, hanging in the balance. All 31 projects are under design, 1 is under construction. And even a better story here for the bond 2022 that is just less than 3 years old. 42 projects in that total bond program. A total of 35 are either completed or under construction. So the vast majority, 35 of the 42, are either completed or under construction. 5 projects will be under construction by November when we take construction contracts to City Council. And there are 2 remaining projects then, and they are design-only projects. That's what was in the bond program for design only, and they are currently under design. So every one of the bond 2020 projects is either under design, most of them are in construction, and many of them, 21, about half, are complete, less than 3 years since the vote. So as a summary, our general fund revenues are consistent with projections, as we showed you earlier. The HUT revenues are a little bit higher than projected, and those have been assumed in our 2024 budget development process. Water and wastewater revenues are within the budgeted amounts. And then we do have some record-setting delivery of our bond 2020 projects. And we do want to thank for that not only our city teams, but also our private sector partners. We know that our firms, a lot of construction firms out there actually help to execute the work or do the work. And being mindful of our schedules, staying within schedule and on budget is something we aspire for them to do, and they are doing that. So we thank our private sector firms out there. So the next steps include, we'll close out fiscal year 2023 now with the beginning of this new fiscal year. And we have begun our new fiscal year on October 1, that's fiscal year 24. Our fourth quarter budget and finance report, the final quarter for the old fiscal year 23, will be presented to City Council in December of this year. So Mayor, that concludes the budget and finance report. And I'll see if there's any questions.
Councilman, any questions? Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Just a couple of things real quickly. When we do the final budget report in December, I would like to get a complete list of the fund balances and the total fund balances that are left over for each department for the year.
Okay. No problem. We do that, Councilman. And in the financial report that goes out today or tomorrow, on page 18 and 19, it's here. You know, so this is the one I was talking about where there was some.
But I'm talking about the year-end fund balances.
Yeah, no problem. We can get that. We do it every quarter, so the third quarter is listed, and we'll get it for the fourth quarter.
And then with respect to the hotel motel tax, according to the latest report we received, or this council received from our code enforcement department, we still have a number of people who are in violation of our STR rules. And so, in fact, they listed 4 or 5 properties that have been cited multiple times. So do we really have any teeth to put behind this, or is it just we're going to give citations and they're going to continue to ignore them? Or they just pay the fine and move on and continue to violate the rules?
Right, yeah. What we're seeing is more of the latter, Councilman, and Councilman Suckley has sent us several correspondences most recently. And we'll have to work with our teams, both Al Raymond and then Miles to see, and the judge, Chopper, to see is there something more we can do? Because we've seen it where they just kind of put that into their business costs and continue to operate.
Well, if we're only able to fine them $500 and they're making $1,000 a day on renting the property, that, you know, it's a speed bump.
Right.
So is it worth the city staff's time and efforts to even try to enforce that? So we need to look at this issue seriously because I don't live on the island, but I have received numerous phone calls from people saying, what are you going to do about the STR operating next door to my home? So.
Okay. Yes, sir. We'll get you some feedback on that, Councilman.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, yes, sir.
I have a question.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, can we go back to slide 8, the revenues, the wastewater fund? Can you explain that again, please? Why we have such a, you know, we revenues are 61, but expenses are 51. Can you please elaborate a little bit more?
Okay, we sure can. So our revenues are 61.7 million, the expenses are 51. The variance, as you can see, we collected close to what we thought we would collect. On the expenditure side, we have a variance of 9.7 million. That's in actual expenditures, but when you look at the encumbrances of 4.2 million, that means that there's a pledge to pay somebody or spend that money, 4.2, and so the variance is about 5 million then in unspent funds that we thought we would spend in that quarter. The majority of that is mostly in personnel services and having vacancies in the operation.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not charging more than we should, because we've got more money than we anticipated, and I just want to make sure that the public knows and feels satisfied that we're running this department, adequately.
Right, and I appreciate you bringing that up. So you may recall, we don't want to bring back all the hours we spent this summer, but in summary, we will be coming back to City Council this fall on a couple of things on the water and wastewater operation. One includes contracts for water services. We're going to talk to the council about that. We're also going to begin to talk about the rates for next year, and we're going to talk about some guiding principles and how the council wants to run, and we, the business. And so things like appropriate fund balances, debt service coverage ratios, cash pay as you go, infrastructure investment. Since the budget was adopted, we've had CCW complete the comparative analysis, and many cities in Texas cash fund almost 50% in some areas their capital investment program, and we cash invest zero, with the exception of 500,000 I think we put in this budget. So we do need to talk about guiding principles and make sure we're running the business appropriately. So that's coming up this fall.
Good information. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Councilman, yes.
Thank you. Peter, I'd just like to stay on frame 7 here as well and kind of build on something that Councilwoman Campos talked about here as well. Looking at the water numbers here again, you said there was a 16.2 million variance, but then some of these numbers are encumbered as well.
Right.
Bringing it down to about 9 million.
Correct.
Variance. I'm wondering, and I don't have the previous numbers in front of me, is this a one-time thing, or is this kind of a consistent pattern that we see? Because if it's consistent, that's maybe a bit troubling if we're taking in far more money, $9 million more than what we're spending.
I can't speak to the one-time nature, but we can get you some trend analysis. But again, what we're going to show you this fall is a bigger financial perspective that shows that what we have for rainy day funds here in the coast for these operations, what we should have for pay-as-you-go financing, and what we should have for debt service coverage ratios could be improved. So this is only a piece of the budget or a piece of the financial and operations picture. The picture here is to say that we're within budget on the revenues and we're not overspending. Right. But your question needs more context and more information, and that's what we'll begin to show this fall. Okay. Because one thing we agreed upon is that we've abandoned now the 2-year rate setting process, and we'll be doing it rightly so annually. And so to do that, we will be in front of the council quite a bit, not just at the budget time, for this very important operation.
Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. I think that's
Okay,
all.
great. Okay, Mayor, we're going to shift gears now to some procedural update here, which is our City Council calendar. And there's one more item after that, but we'll probably go to citizens, and then we'll come back for an update on the solar eclipse. So we want to announce to the council through this format here and the community that we need to make some schedule changes to the council meeting schedule.
Can we get more 2-week breaks? That's all I want to know.
Right,
More
yeah.
what?
We're gonna
More what?
More 2-week breaks.
Oh, right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So there'll be some changes in October, November, and December. Okay, so the first one, and this is in your packet, but just to read it out loud and go over it here with the community in case they don't have the materials in front of them. So the meeting, a council meeting that was scheduled for Tuesday, October 24th, will be canceled. And so it will be canceled because several city staff members and elected officials will be traveling to Washington, D.C. with the South Texas Military Task Force. That's a nonprofit agency that helps us. We fund them as well as others to support our local installations and to help forge relationships with top military leaders in the Pentagon. So there's a trip, an advocacy trip that week. And in fact, it'll be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And so the several members won't be here, so that meeting will be rescheduled. And then just to confirm again, or just to repeat again, the South Texas Military Task Force is charged with raising the profile of the needs of our local military installations. They prevent base realignment closures, and they leverage local partnerships to secure state and federal funding for us locally. Okay, so that's October. One meeting will be canceled then. In November, we are going to cancel the November 7th meeting. That is a special election day for us here for Proposition A, school districts, at least Toloso Midway, and then also state constitutional ballot items. And so being mindful of people's right to vote, that meeting will be canceled, and it will be moved to Tuesday, November 28th. And so the November 7th meeting will be rescheduled to Tuesday, November 28th. We encourage the community to exercise their right to vote. And as a reminder, early voting begins on Monday, October 23rd through Friday, November 3rd. And then Election Day is November 7th. Then, because of the election, and most notably because of our Proposition A election, we're required by state law, the city secretary is, to canvass the election results. And so there'll be a special meeting, it'll be a short meeting, obviously, to canvass those results. Tentatively, the secretary is still working with the council members for quorum and other matters, but tentatively, we're looking at Friday, November 17th as the date to canvass the results of the election. If we can't get a quorum or if there's a schedule conflict, November 20th, Monday, is the fallback date. So as we progress towards that time, we'll let the community and the council know of the final date, but we're looking at November 17 as the preferred with an alternate Monday of the 20th of November. And then finally, to Councilman Pusley's point, because of the winter break, we're going to cancel the Tuesday, December 9th meeting, and that will actually be held on December 5th instead, so that people can have time off with their families around that holiday time. So there'll be a meeting on December 5th.
December 19th, Peter, I'm sorry.
Yeah, December 19th.
Instead of December 19th. I thought you said the 9th, so.
Okay, the 19th. Yeah, Tuesday the 19th will be rescheduled, and we'll move that to Tuesday, December 5th. So we'll still have 2 meetings in December, but that'll give time for the council and our teams to have that winter holiday break. So those are the changes, Mayor. We'll send that out in a memo format as well. Council members, you don't have to worry about writing everything down, although there is a schedule in our agenda material that confirms everything I just said.
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. So we'll circle back to you after public
Okay.
comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Peter, with respect to, I know that there were some of y'all that went to DC here last week, I guess it was, and then we've got this scheduled trip with for the support of our military, which I completely support, but
right.
we need to have a presentation by staff or somebody about what transpired at these trips so that taxpayers know that this is just not a wine and cheese trip, and that, it's an opportunity for us to work with individuals in Washington, D.C. to help promote things that are going on in our community. I think that's very important for us to have feedback.
Okay, great. We can have Ryan Skrabacik, our Intergovernmental Relations Director, here in an upcoming city manager report. Do both, Councilman, recap what we did at Texas Municipal League. There were 4 council members there, and then a few were going to the Texas Military Task Force. So it's all work, I'll let you know, but it'd be good to remind you and the full community what
Well, those
transpired.
trips cost a lot of money, and the taxpayers are paying
Right.
for it, and they deserve to have information about what.
Yeah, absolutely. We agree 100%.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor?
Yes,
May I
ma'am. Go
comment
ahead.
as well?
Yes.
I do agree with Councilman Pusley on this, and I really expected to have a briefing of this trip to Washington, because I know I was surprised So, and I'm sure if I was surprised, I'm sure the community, the public was surprised by this. So I do agree, Councilman Pusley, on this. I really did think that we would get a full briefing, and I expect a full briefing.
Yeah.
No problem, Councilwoman, we'll do that.
But I guess we should clarify, this is not a surprise. This happens and I realized you may not know that, but it isn't, it's everything it's very regularly done, which is TML, very few things, of course, advocating in Washington, and then, of course, Austin during a legislative session, so.
Right, yeah, so just to
It was
just to
not in the
remind everybody,
calendar.
the first Washington DC trip was actually put on by the Chamber of Commerce. That's the regional Corpus, well, it's not Corpus Christi, but it's a Coastal Bend to DC annual advocacy trip. And every council member was invited through the Chamber of Commerce.
Not I.
Okay, we'll have to talk to the Chamber about
Okay,
that,
well,
yeah.
just saying. Anyway, go ahead.
Are you a member?
I thought I was.
No, the
but go
chamber,
ahead.
I think the chamber sends it to the entire council.
We'll have to get with the council liaisons and the city secretary to see what the breakdown
Yeah.
was, Councilwoman. Certainly, it was my understanding all council members were invited. And then the Texas Municipal League, you were at, I was there as well. That was the most recent one. And then this advocacy trip has been on folks' calendars by the South Texas Military Task Force, of which the mayor sits on that as well as I. And so it's
And which we appreciate that, like you're just letting us know now, right?
Right.
And you're letting the public know, but we didn't know about this other previous trip to Washington DC. That's all I'm saying. And I think that's what Councilman Pusley and some of us, I think, are saying, that we didn't know and the public didn't know, and it just, it's not transparent. You know, we just need to be more open with the public.
Right, we'll
Mayor.
work with the chamber then. There were over 70 delegates from the region, San Patricio County members, Nueces County, City of Corpus Christi, Ingleside.
All the surrounding, it's Coastal Bend.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Go
if I may.
ahead.
I think the point is, and this is certainly true of me, and it may be true of other council members, there's hardly a day goes by that I don't get some email from the chamber or one of the organizations here in this community. And so I think it's appropriate for staff to contact council members and
Right.
inform them of what's going to happen.
We'll have to get with the council liaisons. We added 2 positions. That's what their job is to help
Right.
advocate. So we'll have to find out what happened, Councilman.
Yeah.
They don't work for me.
'Cause I don't
They-
remember getting an invitation either. but
That's why we're gonna look into it,
It may
but-
be in the 400 emails I
It's in
haven't
your
read
inbox.
yet.
That's why we have 2 staff members, Councilman. Yeah, so you don't have to bog down, but we'll see what happened with the liaisons.
Okay, thank you.
And the chamber as well.
Councilman Barrera?
Yeah, and Peter, by the way, for the 2 staff liaisons, you're welcome.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
But anyway, now I am a member of the chamber, and so, you know, I saw that and I did register. However, something came up that was requested that I be here. You know, that's all inclusive with the budget. I think we all get $3,600 a year for travel and for education. I know Councilmember Campos, you went with us to Oklahoma City. That was a real nice trip. We were wined and dined, you know.
And educated.
And educated, as well as TML. You know, once again, we were both there, and we use that within our budget. Yes, absolutely. So what is it? But that's the thing I'm saying. With that item, I know, of course, I typically go, and before I was a council member, I paid my own way. In fact, I had run out of my budget, and I was going to cover a large portion of the cost with regard to that because I felt it important to attend.
Well, that's good.
What is it? So I had already paid for my flight, and so I'm getting that in credit. But I think that's the thing. You know, I just want to, I know the public perception is that we go to these events and we're going out of town or whatever the case is, but we have a limited budget where we can spend, and if we want to attend those, we're free to pay for those on our own.
And really, the only thing I'm saying is this, just like we're announcing about this other, with the task force, that, you know, it's on the agenda, we're letting the public know that was not the case for the Washington DC. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm confident, not every much of the public is part of the Chamber of Commerce. What is it? But there's a large portion of the members of the Chamber of Commerce that are well aware of it, because it's a regional Chamber of Commerce. So obviously I was aware of it, and I've attended on several occasions, whether or not I've been on the council. I guess that's what I'm trying to tell you. I think it's probably our responsibility as well to notify our constituents and them what's going on. And I'm just suggesting that perhaps, I'm sure if you ask them at the Chamber of Commerce to put them on your email list, they'd be happy to do so.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will.
So
Or
we'll
they-
go ahead and get a briefing
All right.
and let everybody know, how the advocacy trip went. We are moving forward. So it's 12:07. We're going to go ahead and go to Section G, public comment. Mr. Risley, would you please recite the rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that there is, if there's recording being made of the meeting, please speak there into the microphone located at the podium. State your name and address prior to speaking. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment. One is at this time, and the other is at the time in which we actually discuss and vote on the item. So please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, Ms. Huerta here will have a little timer that will be visible from her area that will let you know exactly how much time you have left. Once you hear the buzzer, we greatly appreciate you wrapping up your comments so we can move on in the spirit of good timing as well. If you have anything that you would like to give the council, please give it to Ms. Huerta and she'll circulate it to the council before you start speaking. So with that, we will start with Isabel Araiza.
Hey, Isabel Araiza, 326 Ponish, and I'm just here today to talk about the Port MOU that's on the agenda. And I also wanted to actually demand that you all vote no on the accepting the MOU. It was a gross violation of public transparency, with desalination having such a huge impact on our environment and on our taxpayers, right? We're going to have to foot so much of the bill, including the maintenance, which will be incurred by citizens completely. You should not be having deliberations about that in secret. I know that Councilman Pusley, Suckley, and Hernandez like to think of themselves as super smart people who can get things done, but I really think about them as the three stooges, Mo, Larry, and Curly, having violated a walking quorum. A walking quorum is a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act, where a governmental body attempts to avoid the Texas Open Meetings Act by deliberately meeting in numbers physically less than a quorum in closed sessions to discuss public business, and then ratifying its actions in a physical gathering, which we're doing today. So, when you reached out to Councilman Barrera and Councilman Roy to give their feedback, and Councilman Hunter, and reached out to his daddy to get some pressure on him, that was a violation. You should be having these kinds of discussions in public. Vote no. Also, the other thing is that this water is not for us. It's for high-volume water users to recruit future industrial build-out. And I don't know why you have such contempt for the public. Is that all that you think we're good for, to sacrifice our bodies for heavy polluting, extractive industries that we don't deserve better? I find it repulsive, especially in this moment where we're facing issues regarding climate change. When other generations look down at this community and see what we could have done, you guys are choosing the most immoral, unethical, untransparent approach to dealing with our water issues. If you want to deal with water issues, end the drought exemption. Stop letting high-volume water users pay 25 cents per 1,000 gallons to be exempt from a drought curtailment that you make us have to experience day in and day out. How long have we been in this thing? I'm just sickened that I have to run over here, hope that I get seen in time so that I can give my 3 minutes so that you can ignore me. there's something wrong with that. And I'm so glad that Councilman Pusley is able to sit for my comments right now, because that's also that contempt of getting up and not making eye contact and looking at your phone and running to the bathroom when people you don't like, that you're supposed to represent, are speaking. It's gross, and I look forward to you taking a longer break than those 2 weeks, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me. I would just like to make a point of order. I'd just like to go on record knowing that I was never contacted by any fellow council member on this issue. And that too? I can tell you right now that I was never contacted or responded on this issue, on this MOU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Araiza, he's making a comment, a statement of fact, and so that's on record. Okay. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I come before you today to talk about your Proposition A. When I came forward the first time, I was so excited. Streets, airport, things that I thought were positive parks. And then I've been hearing all these other things that have not been happening or that have not been put together. I understood from my understanding that the hotel people have all been notified and they were in favor. From what I'm hearing from them, they're not. So at this point, what I'm telling you that is I'm neutral on this thing till I find out exactly what's going on with your proposal. I hear all sorts of things that people come to me and tell me. We're going to do this because the leader of our council wants to do a legacy and have her name on this thing. Well, unfortunately, she can't do it by herself. It would take a whole council to do it. So it bothers me that things like that are being done if it's a good proposal. What bothers me the most is we need to know for a fact that every player is on board with this thing. If you're telling me the hotel people are on board, then I need to hear from them that they're on board. If you're going to do things that are going to profit our city, that the parks are going to get taken care of, that the airport's going to bring on new business, that all those things that you're promising are going to happen. And I understand everybody talks about the hotel. It's not on the election language that I see. So I want some clarification before we move forward and before I get people out to go out and vote. Because that's what I'm going to do. One way or the other, people are going to go out and vote on this issue. So I ask you to please clarify and make sure that we know what we're doing before we put anything on any ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Autumn Hensick?
Autumn Hensick, 325 Louisiana, 78404. I'm here today to continue to amplify voices of those who have spoken before me, those who will continue to speak after me, and reminding you all that we do not want desalination. We are going to continue to inform our community members. We're going to continue to educate. We're going to continue to organize. But I'm going to come back and remind you as often and as long as it takes. I'm here to remind you once again, you're sitting here because you swore to serve us, your constituency, not to kiss the boots of corporate giants, right? I'm here to remind you that we as residential users look at the ways in which our water use increases have gone up in the past 10 years over industry. Look at the way 70% of water increases in the past decade have gone mostly to manufacturing, namely petrochemical refining. Going on your fancy field trips to DC, whether or not they were wine and cheese and education, that's not going to change our mind. It's not. We're going to continue to speak out. We're going to continue to do this work as long as it takes. No matter how many backroom deals you make in the meantime, no matter how many pairs of boots you're kissing on, just remember that this is the work that you leave behind. This is your community that you're failing time and time again. And lastly, Mike, if you want a longer break, it might be time for retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinsick. Alexis Vuong.
Alexis Vong. I live in District 4, 2333 Vaughn Drive. And I just wanted to say I really don't know why we're doing all of this. Why do we have to do all of this? Because some big fancy industry wants more of our money to make their own corporate profits. All right? And you know, it's kind of shocking. I didn't know much of any of this. I've seen the news, but I had to go and do hours of digging and research just to figure out all the details about what's been going on. A lot of this I didn't even learn until today. And, you know, we kind of need some transparency, all right? We've already got too much industry clogging up all of Corpus. We've got Industrial Row down on the bay, and I can see the visible smog downtown every time I go there. Okay, it's all right. You know what? No.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Jonathan Martinez.
Jonathan Martinez, 5745 Skylark Drive. Parks and Rec Advisory Committee sent a resolution to City Council members on September 13th, 2023. In front of you, you have that resolution, along with letters of support of our proposal to expand ordinance number 031879 to all parks in Corpus Christi. If you will please direct your attention to the screen, we have a video we would like to show you and hope that you support.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Martinez, and I'm the Coalition Coordinator for Project Hope at the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. Thank you, City Council members, for allowing us the time to come speak to you today. The City of Corpus Christi has over 190 different parks in the area. Our city crew and Parks and Rec team do a great job in maintaining these parks. However, we're here to speak to you today about a growing concern that we have. The rise of vaping in youth has created a public health concern at local recreational areas here in Corpus Christi. And disposable e-cigarettes aren't the only culprit. Cigarettes consumed in public places are often discarded on the ground as well. Removal of cigarette butts, vaping devices, and packaging creates an unnecessary strain on budgets created to maintain the beautification efforts of the city. On top of that, vaping devices use materials which require proper disposal. The burdens of tobacco use is detrimental to the public's health. At the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, we are committed to preventing diseases and premature death, so it's important to note that brief exposure to secondhand smoke can cause immediate harm. And that comes with the disproportionate impact to the elderly, the young, and those with pre-existing conditions. Our goal is to reduce the amount of exposure of secondhand smoke to anyone visiting recreational areas within Corpus Christi and make an impact on the overall health of parkgoers. Doing so will subsequently assist Parks and Recreation in the beautification of our local parks while promoting a healthier environment for a healthier Corpus Christi. We are asking that members of City Council consider and discuss amongst yourselves the expansion of an ordinance which prohibits smoking in city-owned recreational areas with the adoption of an enforceable smoke-free policy. Placing signage at strategic locations in recreational areas will inform the community about the policy. And by banning smoking and vaping in public parks, we can eliminate the risk of secondhand exposure to toxic chemicals. Cities throughout the country are moving quickly to create similar policies, with cities right here in Texas, such as Dallas and Houston, taking the lead in these public health interventions. We at the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation ask that Corpus Christi City Council help us in promoting a healthier smoke-free community. With your help, we can amplify our message to make our city a healthier Corpus Christi. We can clear the air.
Some of those clips, you saw the cigarette butts in one of those parks. That was at Hector P. Garcia Park. We cleaned that park up back in April. We found over 500 cigarette butts at that specific park. And we found, just when we recorded that, more cigarette butts all over the ground. So it's an issue that we want to raise awareness on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Barton Bailey.
Barton Bailey at 4006 Green Grove Drive.
Based on the recommendations sent from the City Parks and Recreation Committee, I'd like for the City Council to consider adding to the next agenda discussion regarding the ordinance for the elimination of smoking and vaping at city parks. Currently, the only park that is designated as non-smoking is Blucher Park. In April, I volunteered to pick up trash with Project Hope, where they hosted a community park cleanup in 7 city parks. Over 3,500 cigarette butts were collected. That's 500 butts per park. Smoking and vaping in our parks is an issue that needs to be discussed by City Council. As residents, we need our parks to be places where people can go to enjoy their park experience. We take walks in the park, kids play at the park, we take our dogs to the park, we have playgrounds and splash pads, all for health and wellness. Parks should not have cigarette litter that children can ingest. I have 3 children, and I have had to fish a cigarette butt out of my 2-year-old's hand as they picked it up to try to put it in their mouth. Parks should not be places where youth can experiment with vaping. I have 2 youth at home, and they say their friends go to a city park near their school to experiment with smoking and vaping and drugs. A no smoking in parks ordinance would benefit the health and wellness initiatives of this city. It would reduce pollution and curb city cleanup costs. Our CDC estimates that 88% of our residents don't smoke. Non-smokers make up most of our city residents. As non-smokers, 88% of our residents don't want to inhale secondhand smoke either. Also, litter cleanup from cigarette butts should not burden our city workers who already work very hard to create beautiful public spaces for us. Consideration of this ordinance would help our city be good financial stewards by reducing park cleanup costs and enhance beautification efforts. Houston, Round Rock, and El Paso have already adopted this approach for parks to be smoke and vape free. So have 100 other Texas towns. So let's continue this best practices approach in Corpus Christi too. By having a no smoking in parks ordinance, our citizens could self-police their parks by asking others to not smoke when they see it occurring. With a no smoking ordinance in parks, law enforcement can approach those who are smoking and have a discussion about smoking and other illegal activities that are not allowed at the parks. No smoking in parks promotes park safety. Let's continue to be a city government that emphasizes community health and wellness initiatives. We do a great job with that. It's time for a city council conversation regarding no smoking in our parks. Please look at the information that's given to you.
Councilman Hunter?
Sorry, you said Houston, Round Rock, and El Paso?
Houston, Round Rock, and El Paso,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Blanca Parkinson?
Blanca Parkinson, Silverton Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm here today to speak about the MOU that's on the agenda. I've been trying to figure out what kind of an idiot would want to go into this kind of deal with the port. I know, Councilman Hernandez, you made the comment that you would like the city to be in control of the water and remain in control of the water. I have a news flash. You all are not in control of the water. We pay high water rates and industry doesn't. We are on drought restrictions and industry is not. We fund water sources and industry does not. We're going to pay for the consent decree from when they contaminated our water, not them. Okay, so you all are not in control of the water. You have no control of the water. Zanoni over here a month ago ran his mouth a little too much in a meeting and said Gulf Coast Growth Ventures would be paying for Evangeline. Within 24 hours, his industry handlers had him correcting that statement, saying they're not interested in paying. And we know it's a pattern, okay? You all have been able to get away with pushing this with the jobs narrative. A lot of these industries, these carbon capture, they're experiments. Nobody else is dumb enough to welcome this in their towns. I encourage you to look into what happened in Mississippi with their carbon capture experiment. It doesn't work. They're scams. They're not going to save the planet. I've heard people saying that this is going to save the planet. It's not. Also, I don't know if you all followed the contested case hearing on the La Quinta intake permit for the port. Disaster. I mean, it's the only thing that I can compare to the Mike Murphy disaster. We found out all kinds of things in this contested case hearing. Among those things, the experts for the port, who we're supposed to trust, they never even worked on those intake permits. You know what they worked? One of them hadn't even been to the location, hadn't been to Corpus Christi Bay in 10 years. The port gave him $50,000 to lie, okay? Another one finally admitted that guess what's going on in California? They're redesigning the intake. Why? Because it doesn't work. Just like that crazy engineer has been telling you all for years and years. You're gonna drag us in, drive us off a cliff. And for the public, you think this Prop A thing, BS, is crazy? Desal is in the billions. The plant they're trying to build on Harbor Island is going to require tunneling to install a 14-foot diameter intake pipe. You know what else we found out? The port circumvented everything. They don't have to tell us how many fish are going to die in there. They don't have to tell us what they're going to do with sludge. They're not going to tell us where they're going to get the energy, how this is going to affect the power grid. They don't have to tell us any of that. They had Sarah Garza sitting there like a stooge. I don't recall. It was embarrassing. The state of Texas admitted that this is the first permit of its kind that is going straight to industry, okay? They also admitted that there's senior rights there that they're running over.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson.
Thank you very much. No on the MOU.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Rachel Caballero?
Mayor, I'd like to do a statement of fact there.
Yes, go ahead.
With regards to the water rates for industry, in this last budget cycle, we doubled their water rates. Okay, I know. Yes, ma'am, let me finish my statement of fact. Also, to your question on drought restrictions, that was a deal that was done prior to any of the council members here. They made the deal for the 25-cent drought exemption. We say it's for new water sources, but that was done, a signed deal that was done. We're legally bound to it. So I just want to state that fact there.
We don't want any more of that. We don't want any more of that.
Yeah.
And I understand that we're legally bound to it, but you all are in a position to turn this around.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Okay, John Weber. I'm sorry, Rachel Caballero, sorry. Yeah.
I am not paid to be up here by anyone. Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. I'd like to make a clarification today that is well overdue. Historically, we have been indoctrinated to be separated by political party. That ends here today at this level. We are going to join forces and elect a governing body that will protect our water and make decisions in favor of our community. On behalf of many, many community members that cannot be here today because they are working to pay the taxes and fees you all keep legally extorting out of us, here are some statements of fact. 23-1675, we are against any desalination plants in our bays and any negotiations with the port. We will not allow for you and your friends to destroy our sea life, our tourism, or our way of life here, so you and your multi-billion-dollar buddies can continue to make more profits off of our land and water. This community does not need more water as a minority user at 16%. Industry needs more water for expansion. Industry has proven that they are not good partners with our community. They refuse to pay their taxes and their portion of water rates. Quit misleading the public. The water is for industry expansion. 23-1422. Bootstrap LLC's Bitcoin IDA, Mr. Barrera, is changing its entire business plan. This is not an amendment. This needs to be put back on the agenda as an entirely new IDA and reopened for consideration. Cryptocurrency is a dangerously new and an extremely unpredictable and volatile business. The crypto market is inconsistent and multiple large experienced companies have already filed for bankruptcy. What's the guarantee that this is not going to happen with this company that is only 10 months old? Is the Economic Development Department even doing their due diligence and research on these companies trying to come here and take our resources for free? How can we afford to subsidize and distribute the kilowatt usage that they're going to need when there's already a strain on the grid and electricity rates are at an all-time high? We do not want to subsidize a 10-month-old inexperienced company or any company that does not have its own money to invest back into our city. Proposition A will not move Corpus Christi forward. We do not want Heritage Park moved. We do not want for the city to partially own a hotel. No matter what year elected officials chose to neglect our infrastructure, our streets, or our assets, they were still your friends and still a part of this governing body. We don't trust you all to be good stewards of our tax dollars based off of your historical performance. We are against Prop A. We are against companies taking a chunk of our strained grid for free. We are against getting in bed with the corrupt and greedy Port of Corpus Christi and the poisoning and killing of our sea life in our bays. We will not allow you to all destroy our way of life here and then make us pay for it. We are all hopeful for new representation come election time.
Thank you. John Weber. Statement of fact. City is not owning, partially owning, or operating a hotel. Statement of fact. Statement of fact. We are not owning, operating, or building a hotel. Thank you, Mr. Weber.
John Weber, 609 Maple Street. Text messages between Commissioner Engel and Councilman Pusley before the reappointment of Commissioner Engel. Mike, I spoke with Connie this morning, and they are definitely in appointing Diane. David, yikes, what's their connection to Ken? Mike, attached at the hip. Next slide. Mike, okay, I also told the mayor this morning there was no way I could support Joe McComb for Port Commissioner. David, thank you for your support. I think I should be okay with Everett. Mike, I have a call into Everett to verify. Next slide. Mike, who else have you talked to? David, I haven't spoken to anybody else yet, but I believe Michael H. and Dan will support me. I think Gil will be the swing, and he previously told me he would. Mike, okay. David, I had a good conversation with Gil. Next slide. Mike, yeah, I talked with Everett, and you're good with him as well, but I would give him a call if I were you. David, okay, will do. I had a good conversation with Everett. Thanks. Next slide. Mike, have you talked with Dan circling to make sure you're okay with him? David, I reached out to him, but he had a rotor cuff surgery last week. I need to follow up. Mike, okay, we need to make sure he is on board. Next slide. David, do you know when the vote for Port appointment is scheduled? Next slide. Port appointments are 1:31. Deadline to apply is Tuesday. Next slide. David, good. Lots of daylight between now and then. I'll set up a time to meet with Dan. Appreciate your help. Next slide. This is a photo of the March 15th letter for the discussion and potential approval of the MOU to be added on the agenda by Councilman Pusley, Hunter, Suckley, and Hernandez. That is 4. Next slide. The same day, Mike, David, the MOU is done. Gil is meeting with Everett this morning at 9 a.m. in an attempt to get his support. When Gil met with him yesterday, he was waffling, as was Roland. David, I'm having lunch with Everett today. Let me know what Gil finds out before 11:30 when I meet with Everett. Thank you. Everett is 5. Next slide. We're limited by we can't have any more than 4 members discuss anything. Next slide. Open Meeting Act, because that would be a violation if there was 5. There was 5. Resignations welcome. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Yeah, that's sad. Jatin Patel? Jatin? Patel.
I'm sorry, what did you say, ma'am?
Pardon?
What did you say?
Of what she, I'm commenting on. Yes, sir.
Jatin Patel at 5224 IH 37 Corpus Christi. I'm a local hotelier, and thank you for city council members for allowing me to end the hoteliers to talk today. We all are against Prop A for funding a hotel build at American Bank Center. Wording on the ballot is misleading voters, especially for funding the hotel build. We want to let the voters and the city council know the hoteliers of Corpus Christi are against Prop A funding a hotel construction at American Bank Center. We are already losing money at the convention center, and losing it more with the hotel build does not make any sense. Voting in this matter is not feasible at this point. With such a short notice given to the hoteliers, with such a capital expenditure, we should be looking at this matter not once but multiple times, especially if we are going to use taxpayers' money. It's not enough time to analyze. General feeling of hoteliers is that there hasn't been a proper presentation by the city to the hoteliers explaining the project with an ability to supply input. VCC is doing a meeting today finally to educate this matter, which should have been done a long time ago. But we have long ways to go on the ballot before we vote on this matter. I had a conversation with Devin Bhakta regarding this matter, and he believes also that this vote should be paused and stopped at any means by the city council, and the hotel voice should be heard. Let's educate everyone, especially hoteliers, before we vote on this matter. We do not all agree at this point, but there are legitimate concerns amongst many, and finding overall support is not achievable at this point on Prop A. Thank you for listening, and I hope that we stop Prop A, especially for funding a hotel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Jake Hernandez?
I have handouts. Can I give them to the secretary? Hello, my name is Jake Hernandez. I am a resident of City Council District 2. I'm here today to express my disappointment in City Council for considering a desalination plant on Harbor Island. Following the city's delegation to Washington, D.C., there has been a growing concern from the public related to the city's intention to construct a desalination plant. The public is informed of the harms of desalination, the possibility it has to devastate the environment, which could in turn shred the economies of outlying towns in the coastal bend, and the glaring fact that the majority of the treated water is for industrial users, and very little of it goes to municipal use or irrigation. We are aware of the harms, but to us, it seems that certain members of City Council are either too oblivious or too callous to take into account the consequences of a desalination plant. Public trust is at a low, and as an active member of the community, I've spoken to a lot of people about the disparities that exist between the rates of water usage for the public and the heavily discounted rates that industrial users get. And then I've also spoken to tons of people who are very aware that desal is for profit. It is not for public interest. And I please implore you to fight for the futures of your constituents and stop folding to your industrial puppet masters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Michael Miller?
Michael Miller, 51 Camden Place. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. First of all, I want to lead off with some much-deserved praise. I want to applaud this council for their willingness to serve, and I want to commend our city manager and staff for all the great progress that we're seeing on a daily basis in our city. Never before have we had a more aggressive approach to much-needed repairs to our streets and infrastructure, as well as reinforcing our commitment to public safety and our first responders. So thank you for all the good that you're doing on a daily basis. And to you, Mayor Guajardo, your commitment to beautifying the city and the quality of life initiatives have made this city a better place for me and my family, and so thank you very much for that as well. I want to underscore that none of my opinions on Prop A negate all the wonderful things that you continue to do for our city, but as most of you know, I have some serious issues with this proposal. In the past, the city has been extremely good at providing excellent information to the voters in similar measures, and have also provided more of an a la carte approach to the voters, for the voters to pick and choose what matters most to them. The last bond package was broken up into streets, public safety, parks, etc., with clearly defined projects that were easy to understand. This repurposing of a 1/4 cent sales tax is very different. The ballot language is vague, And to truly understand it, one must dig up 2 wordy resolutions, a 330-page report, and several city council presentations to understand what it is they are actually voting on. The average voter hasn't the time nor the know-how to do this, so concerned citizens like myself, David Loeb, and others feel it incumbent upon us to assist in educating the voters through the power of social media and our individual spheres of influence. Through our efforts, we have identified many potential issues with Prop A, including the fact that it has no end date. Nothing is clearly defined, and many question the merit or potential benefits of expanding the American Bank Center and building a headquarters hotel, which is estimated to cost over $700 million with minimal direct and indirect job creation. Also, there are no provisions for extremely important programs like workforce education, affordable housing, and other traditionally utilized economic development tools. This proposition is far too broad and loosely written for me to support, and I urge you all to reconsider. I've heard our mayor and Councilwoman Campos say loud and clear, the city will not build or own a hotel. Yet the resolutions you passed specifically calls for a planned city-owned headquarters hotel as a qualifying use for the funds. Now, since the control of these funds will land squarely on the shoulders of council-appointed Type A corporation and ultimately city council themselves, I have no doubt that both Mayor Guajardo and Councilwoman Campos will make good on those promises. But this tax has no end. What about future councils? Can you imagine the special interest groups that will raise money to vote you two out in favor of other candidates that will ensure them the biggest slices of this $500 million pie? Beware the unintended consequences of the decisions you make today. So where do we go from here? I spoke to our county clerk, and she explained to me that though the voting machines have been programmed, tested, and locked, the city may elect to cancel the election and the results will not be tabulated. Considering the mounting opposition and questions being raised, this may be a viable option to allow for some public meetings, input, and further discussion about the components of Prop A. As my friend Tony Diaz always said, there is never a wrong time to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Lamont Taylor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Lamont Taylor, 522 Hancock. I'm here to speak against the MOU. My statements are short and quick, and I'll be out your way. Hillcrest residents and Hillcrest neighborhood has been established since 1912, in fact. Since 1925, to present, African-American, Black, Negro, colored people have ended up in Census Tract 4 and 5 historically, fact, until 1960, fact. Voting Rights Act of 65 provided individuals in Corpus Christi and throughout America the opportunity to live where they choose to live. Unfortunately, individuals in Hillcrest, African-American Hillcrest, who were in Census Tract 4 and 5 have been there for decades and decades. And the city, in its infinite wisdom, decided to try to build, want to build a desalination plant, and they put it in the Inner Harbor. However, the Inner Harbor, as we have come to find out in May of 22, that Inner Harbor position is in Hillcrest, and Hillcrest has not ever been in the Inner Harbor. If it was so, then we in Hillcrest would not have to pay taxes, property taxes, because those individuals in the Inner Harbor do not pay property taxes. Their property values are much higher than those individual values in Hillcrest, all right? So I would love for you to quit providing deceptive practices and saying that, that the Inner Harbor desalinization plant is in the Inner Harbor, which really, in fact, is in Hillcrest. It's located on Upper Broadway between Palm and Nueces Bay. So that is Hillcrest, USA. Next, I would also ask that you continue to stop your discriminatory practices in the practices in which you are discriminating against the citizens in Hillcrest by not allowing them to have the economic advantages that the people in the Inner Harbor has. Because if Hillcrest is in the Inner Harbor, then there's some economic advantages that they have that we don't have. So with that, I would say thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr.
Mayor,
Taylor. Joshua?
Mayor, I'd like to
yes,
do
sir.
a statement of
Go ahead.
fact. Mr. Taylor, this MOU is primarily for Harbor Island and not the Inner Harbor.
Yes, but inside that MOU, you mentioned Hillcrest, you mentioned Hillcrest, you mentioned that if that was the case, you would be taking over, the city would be taking over the things that the city would do, and you would have the rights to all the water that's in those particular deals. So
And also, Mr. Taylor, I've made it known that I was opposed to the Hillcrest desalination plant.
thank you very much.
Mhm. Thank you, sir. Joshua Tijerina?
Morning, Council. Joshua Tijerina, 5506 Wooldridge Road. I'm here on behalf of various Corpus Christi hotel owners, many that are here with us today, many of whom you know, all of whom built multi-million-dollar properties in Corpus Christi without any type of subsidy. There are also members of the Corpus Christi Tourism Public Improvement District, or TPID, which is comprised solely of local hotel owners. TPID being the self-imposed tax by these owners, equating to $1 million in extra funding for Visit Corpus Christi, or VCC. I am here to tell the City Council that we are totally against Proposition A, and we've been made aware by city staff that our position has been misrepresented. We're here to say that Visit Corpus Christi, specifically Brett Oetting, does not speak for hotel owners. He has not, never has been, and never will be the city's hotel ownership representative. While we support VCC's mission, they are solely a marketing agency. They are not hotel operators or owners, and they are especially not hotel experts. To state that Brett or VCC represents us, or anyone else claiming to, is insulting. We were not consulted at all about Proposition A, and while this is not the first time this misrepresentation has taken place, using our group for the purpose of influencing the passing of Prop A is the last straw. Brett has lied to us, and he has lied to you. We are calling for an investigation into VCC's financials. Their board meetings are closed door and private. Hotel owners and other stakeholders are not allowed in their meetings. No one is allowed to look at their books or source material for their organizational reports. They are an agency who is funded by at least two sources of public dollars, the hot tax and the TPID tax. And now they are pushing for a third source that they can indirectly benefit from. How can any city council look at VCC, an agency with multi-million-dollar budget, more than most city departments, and be okay with their lack of financial oversight and trust their reporting? Each of the last few CEOs of VCC all resigned for either misappropriating or misreporting their numbers and financials. And now the current CEO is misrepresenting himself. Proposition A lacks detailed language and defined appropriation guidelines. We've looked at the resolution, and the city will use the majority of the money to try and fund 2 new hotels, one at the airport and one downtown, without any input from local hotel owners. The city has no idea what it takes to do a proper market analysis to spec out a hotel for long-term financial success. Trust us, Visit Corpus Christi doesn't know how to do this either. If you want to know how, ask one of us, not Brett Oetting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tijerina. Bipin Jiva? Is that the right? Is Bipin Jiva here? No? Okay. Eli McKay.
Hi, y'all. Been a while, been a minute. As you know, my name is Eli McKay, and like all of you, I live on the land of the Karankawa and Lipan Apache peoples at what is now 1008 Marguerite Street in District 1. The importance of remembering facts of our history has become increasingly necessary. At the same time, it's become increasingly difficult. What I've learned is that telling the truth has always been frowned upon by people in power, especially when they themselves are the ones twisting the facts. Most of you up here were elected by 30 35, maybe 40% of the voters, the voting population. So what does that say about the 70% of eligible voters who don't vote? I don't think it means that they don't care what happens in our city. I definitely don't think, no offense, I definitely don't think that it means they trust y'all to make the right decisions. But from my standpoint, as someone who votes in every election, even the boring ones, it likely reflects the fact that they believe no matter what they say or do, y'all are going to do as you please and not what the people want. Anyone who holds a position of power and seeks to divide their constituents for self or special interest is failing the people that they represent. Anyone who holds a position of power and seeks to divide their constituents for self or special interest is failing the people that they represent. If y'all were listening to the people, you wouldn't be spending so much time on this MOU with the port, because to the people, it looks like nothing more than a glorified pissing contest. I want to remind you all that many of the people expressing their concerns today have been expressing their concerns for years. Some are new faces, which is always great, but we all live in or around this city. We're building our lives here because we love it here. We are not outsiders. We are not agitators. We are raising our voices together, despite our differences, to protect this land and water that we call home. We do not want more IDAs with companies that soak up resources without respect or care for the people who live here. We do not want desalination. We do not want desalination brine from any process near or around our closed bay system. We want you to do what is right for all of us, not a select few. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Catherine Dane.
Hello, Catherine Dane, 3746 Castle River, 78410, so District 1. Hello and thank you. I am the current Domino's Pizza franchise owner, and I certainly don't represent Domino's Pizza Corporation way up there in Michigan. Also, after listening to everything that's gone on, I also did not talk to any of my team members about this, so this would be just coming from me. I've lived here for 25 years now. I have right now almost 300 team members, and over the last 25 years, that's a little over 10,000 people that have come through our doors and are part of this community. First job, part-time jobs, extra. We are a transitional business, and we want what's best. I want what's best for this city and what's best for the people that live here. So I've listened and watched to the plans over the last 25 years, and I definitely agree. Being down at the Bank Center, we need some improvements there. There's a lot of things that we can done, and I do want to be a part of that. I think we have a few mistakes here and there, and there's no reason to point those out. I have a concern in reading the 300-plus page report that, as you've said, you're not taking over that, but we are being asked as the city people to subsidize a $300 million hotel. That's not something I think the city should be doing, and you've certainly heard from the hotel people as well. I have an issue with the report in that it hasn't been communicated well. I'll be voting against it, not because I don't want anything done, but because I don't think we've had full transparency on this. And I think that as the hotel people as well, because my business is affected, and when the hotels do well, my business does well, I want to be more involved in that also. I think that was all I had to say. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Dane. Taylor Johnson, and then we have Daryl Ginzer will be our last public comment.
Good afternoon, Council. Taylor Johnson. I reside at 4609 Sherwood Lake Drive. I'm here to speak in regards to Proposition A on behalf of RGB Hospitality, who is the largest hotel hospitality employer in Corpus Christi, based on both employee and hotel room count. Employee count, we have just shy of 700 employees and 8 hotels currently in Corpus Christi. And I want to voice publicly that we are against Proposition A. Overall, Corpus Christi's hotel occupancy is hovering at 60% for the year. And RGB and other hotel ownerships who are with me want to show united support against this proposition, as we do not see the need to spend taxpayer dollars on any hotel. To conduct a closed-door study without consulting with the city's hotel owners shows that this proposition was developed in the hope that the citizens would be kept in the shadows on how their tax dollars are truthfully being spent. The existing quarter-cent sales tax associated with Proposition A is slated to expire, but if passed, Proposition A would give a blank check to the city without an expiration date, which we see as irresponsible and non-transparent to the voters of Corpus Christi. Me and each one of the hotel owners behind me have a story of hard work, dedication, and sacrifice to build the hotels that they operate in the city. We each take the full risk of ensuring the success of our hotels, whereas a city-funded hotel, the risk lays solely on the back of the taxpayer. Simply put, hotels are a private business and should not have to compete with the government spending or government agendas in order to continue to operate successfully. I thank you all for your time and hearing my concern, and hope you take the time to revisit this proposition.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Daryl Genzer.
Mr. Genser, I show that you're not a resident. Is that correct?
I have businesses here. I used to live here, but I currently do not. I live in Portland.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Daryl Ginzer, good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Thank you for allowing me to get up to speak. I'm here following up on Taylor's comments regarding Proposition A and encouraging the city to possibly postpone this election, and if that's not possible, definitely to recognize the opposition from the hoteliers and the investors, similar to myself, that invest in the hotels in Corpus Christi, to be opposed to this. Again, as Taylor said, you have a lot of very hardworking individuals, successful hoteliers, successful operators. You have a 60% occupancy rate in the Corpus Christi market. Your own study provided by the VCC has a lot of conflicting data in it. Just to highlight a couple, page 147, the average daily revenue per room for a luxury hotel in Corpus Christi is $81.27. In that same study on page 270, it says that the revenue needed and required for a viable convention hotel is $164, nearly double.
Thank you, Mr.
You have a lot
Genser.
of data that you need to evaluate, and we'd appreciate you reconsidering and encourage people to vote against Proposition A.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment. Mr. Zanoni, we'll go back to your operations, city operations.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
For Rebecca. He is not a resident.
Yes,
but
sir, that's correct.
He owns property here
The
and owns
policies-
businesses here.
Yes, sir, but the
Policy
policy says.
specifically says residents.
Yes, sir.
We may need to adjust that. I mean, if somebody has all of their businesses here and are completely affected by the city, and all of our taxes, and they pay them, but they live in, I don't know where he lives, but there's another individual that came here not too long ago that lives in Portland, but pays taxes to our city and our county. We might need to
agree.
relook at that in the future.
We need to revisit that, that the
Thank you,
people that
Councilman.
come in person should be allowed the 3 minutes, period.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes public comment. Mr. Zanoni, would you like to continue?
Okay, great. We just have one more item, and this is an important one because it takes place this Saturday, and there's some public safety, health safety issues that I'm going to raise there. So this deals with the upcoming annual solar eclipse, and Corpus Christi, Texas is one of the best places to view the eclipse. So as you have probably heard, there is a solar eclipse for this Saturday. October 14th, and several notable publications have named the city of Corpus Christi as the state's best locations for viewing the eclipse. A solar eclipse, just if we're not aware, occurs when the moon passes between the Earth and the sun. And as a result, the bright ring of the sun's outer edge remains visible, as you can see on the screen here, surrounding the dark disk of the moon and giving it what they call a ring of fire appearance. Corpus Christi is the last central point to catch the eclipse in the United States. And the solar eclipse will be viewable from most parts of the city, including downtown, the Bayfront, North Padre Island, but we've heard that Whitecap, or not heard, sources say Whitecap Beach is the best place to view it. With the center line of the eclipse running straight through Corpus Christi, as you can see in this graphic here, the eclipse seekers can expect to see the ring of fire for about 5 minutes, starting at 11:55 a.m. Because we're in the center as well, the darkening, the eclipse, and then the gradual return back to light will be longest as well, because we're in the center of the eclipse path. So that's an important part as well. It will begin to get dark an hour before the event, with the peak of the darkness, that ring of fire at 11:55, and then you'll have about an hour returning back to full light, because we're in the center of that path. That's what makes Whitecap Beach one of the best places to see this. So Visit Corpus Christi, our destination management organization, anticipates the eclipse will draw many visitors to our city. There's worldwide travelers that follow these eclipses across the globe as they happen. And based on their analysis, hotel reservations are already pacing 36% ahead of what they normally do this time of year on the island and around our community. So the city is involved, the city departments are involved, because with increased visitor traffic will significantly increase because of the event, and particularly on the island. We do have an operations plan. We had a all-hands-on meeting again this week to conclude our plans, but the plan is to treat this event like a holiday weekend. And so what that means is that we'll have additional traffic control, we'll have additional police officer and fire safety presence, and we'll have crews stationed at strategic areas for quick response if we need to. Our communication team continues to educate the community through local social media and news releases about safety precautions when viewing the eclipse. And it's crucial that residents use only certified solar viewing glasses. You may remember this from your elementary school days, but we should only use this type of a glass here that I have, and the council was provided one of these today. When viewing the eclipse, it's a paper thin thing here, but you need to have this on when looking at that ring of fire, otherwise you can cause permanent damage to your eyes. So in advance of the eclipse, since we expect a lot of visitors here and there's a lot of excitement in the community, Councilman Hunter, yes, sir? That's
To make a quick comment,
Okay.
Are you sure these are not too opaque to use? Because
Well,
you cannot see through
let me
these
see
things
here.
at all.
You know what? I can't see anything, but
I've tested them.
but you'll see the ring of fire. That's all you want to see.
All right, all right.
'Cause
I'll
that
trust
ring
you.
of fire, you want to be able to see our city council meetings as well, right? So, but I'm going to get over the designation here. There's only 2 types of glasses that one should use, and I'll get over that. I'll get to that in a moment here. But in advance of the big event Saturday, our Parks Department will hold a pre-solar eclipse event at Cole Park Plaza, the Cole Park Pier Plaza, on Friday from 5:30 to 8. So we expect some of the visitors to kind of make a couple-day event of this. So we'll have an event on Friday at 5:30 to 8 at Cole Park Plaza. There, the city will provide these glasses, these free certified solar eclipse glasses while supplies last. So I encourage people to get there early. So just some safety tips for the community, and then we'll move on to the full city council agenda. Heavy traffic is expected, period. So be mindful of that. Try to avoid traffic jams by extending your stay on the beach. Plans for extra travel time and to be able to find parking is encouraged. And remember the eclipse, the ring of fire will start at 11:55 a.m., so plan accordingly to get there if you want to go to Whitecap, as an example. But you can view it, as I said earlier, anywhere in the city, really. The city of Corpus Christi is pretty much right in the center of it. Make sure your vehicle has plenty of fuel, just in case. This is an important one here. Do not park on highway shoulders. TxDOT, who was in our planning team meetings, has said that in the past, people tend to just pull over on the side of the road. To view this is a hazard. We do not encourage that. TxDOT does not encourage it. So do not park on shoulders, sides of the road, ditches, or center medians. Very dangerous, so don't do that. Make sure you prepare and have plenty of time to get to a safe destination to view this. And as I mentioned earlier, never look directly into the sun during an eclipse without proper glasses. This glasses here that I'm holding up are glasses, I guess, are CE and ISO certified. So you need to get something that's CE or ISO certified. Bring plenty of water and sunscreen and snacks in case you get stuck in traffic. And then ensure, this is an important one too, if we're all looking up at the sun, we want to make sure our children and pets are not running off somewhere. So keep your children and pets at close keep next to you and make sure they're safe during this event. So, Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes this presentation. And we're here to answer any questions. And that does conclude the city manager's report.
All right, any questions? No? All right, thank you, Peter. Rebecca, just confirming we don't have any board or committee appointments today?
No, sir, not today.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on with the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone would like excluded from the consent agenda as presented today?
I move for approval.
I'm sorry, Councilman? Councilmember?
I was just saying, I move for approval of the consent agenda items.
Okay. Councilman?
Tim, I'd like to pull items number 13 and 15,
Oh,
please.
well, yeah, I'm talking about just consent, right, reading?
Full 13
Yes, he's
and
pulling
15.
13 and 15.
Okay.
Everything but 13 and 15.
Yeah, 13, 19, 20, 23. Okay, all right. Getting
Okay,
ahead here.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman. So we have 13, 15.
Yes.
That's it?
I pulled those.
Okay.
13 and 15.
She's making a motion to pass everything but 13.
Got it. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any other discussion?
Okay, so that's to approve the consent agenda except
With the
13 and 15.
exception of 13 and 15.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 13 is a resolution authorizing the use of the public health and safety statutory exemption to purchase up to 15 trucks. Mr. Busley? Or,
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, with respect to the addition of 15 vehicles, do we already have the people in place to occupy those 15 vehicles?
No, sir, we don't.
So I understand I remember full well, we discussed the issue about hiring additional inspectors here several months ago, but we never, I don't think, came to a conclusion about how that was going to be handled. So what are we doing in respect to that?
Yeah, so that, you may be referring to, let's see, last budget, where we talked about additional inspectors to inspect privately constructed subdivisions and commercial centers. The council never took any action on that. We didn't pursue that.
No, I realize that. So where are these 15 people?
So these are, so in the budget, in last year's budget, the 23 budget, there was some initial inspectors that were recommended and approved. The conversation we're referring to right now was on top of that. It would have been more inspectors. And those additional inspectors were never contemplated any further beyond the budget deliberations.
So currently, we don't have any money in our budget for 15 additional inspectors?
We don't have persons. We have positions that were authorized. And Jeff Edmonds can talk about his hiring plan. We have positions that were authorized as part of the original budget. Subsequent to the original budget presentation, there was a discussion of adding more than initially proposed by the city manager.
Yeah, but it was my recollection that we never took any action on that.
Right, those were actually two issues. There was one to plus up our staff based on our construction backlog, and CCW wanted additional inspections on some of their projects, so there was a decision package approved for that. This wasn't the private development inspections. That item was discussed, it was never acted on. So we've been in the process of trying to get those positions filled. And what happens a lot of times, you open up a vacancy and then you promote an internal applicant for that, which creates another vacancy. So we've been going through that process, but we have started getting ahead of it to where our numbers are plussing up. We've got inspectors that are on ride-along status with other inspectors. They're ready to start managing their own projects, and we don't have vehicles for them. And we're planning to continue that hiring process. So we've basically caught up with our vehicle inventory at this point.
Okay, Jeff, so what I'm looking for here is the net number of staff members that were added that are that these vehicles are required for.
Well, the
Are
decision
these- are
package was
these
415.
positions-
We don't have all of those yet. But what this would allow us to do, if we can get a vehicle, which is a big if, we can go run and buy it without having to go through a procurement process. So we're not going to go run out and buy 15. There's not going to be 15 available. But this action would allow us to procure those vehicles locally as the vehicle becomes available.
And I'm fine with the vehicles. I'm trying to figure out where the people are coming to put in those vehicles. So
Well,
I want
we
to
are
know,
trying
are
to
we
add those-
adding new people? Are these existing positions that we are filling through attrition or whatever the case may be?
Well, the 15 are positions that were added as part of the FY '23 budget. And the vehicles were added as part of that too. We are
So those
entering-
15
We're in the FY
positions.
'24 budget now.
So those 15 positions got added to the budget we just approved?
No. Those
Okay.
were added last year.
Last year.
Okay.
So there are-
And we've been working to try and get those people. We've been getting the people faster than we're getting the vehicles. So this would just give us an option to circumvent the normal procurement process for vehicles and be able to go to a local dealership if we've got a vehicle that'll meet our needs and just buy it.
Yeah. So you have the authorized positions, but not the actual body in the position.
Yeah, and we're
this
trying.
one-
Like,
Exactly.
If I
Right.
had my druthers, I'd have them all tomorrow. but
Right.
It's,
Okay. But
Okay.
this doesn't have anything to do with the discussion we had several months ago about hiring additional inspectors for building inspectors?
not at all. This is not for the private development, this is for our
This
projects.
is for your project?
Correct.
It's
Okay.
a bond program, bond program and other projects that Jeff oversees,
Okay.
construction there.
I have a question.
Ms. Campos? You do.
Yes. Why do they have to be trucks? I mean, do they have to be trucks? It doesn't seem like if inspectors would need trucks. Can you explain that?
Well, they are driving on construction sites, which
Yeah.
are kind of rough, off-road. I mean, an SUV or something could do. It doesn't necessarily have to be a truck.
I was thinking more of a compact car. I mean, why? No, really, why? I
Councilwoman,
mean,
that-
inspectors, what?
They're going into rough conditions, so they're going
Okay.
into, take Staple Street by Ray High School. You've driven
Uh-huh.
over there, so that is something you're not going to take a small little SUV on.
Well, we all drive. I mean, like I drive a
We're not
little
driving
small
into the
car.
zone. They drive into the construction zone. We're driving into improved asphalt or concrete. The Del Mar Police Training Academy, the approach to get into there is rough.
Mm.
So there is parking, like when I've gone to just see how things are going, there's a little parking lot to the right, but the inspector has to go all the way in.
Okay.
So the conditions are rough. This is
Okay.
best practice. This is what inspectors use.
All right.
We're not
Just
reinventing the wheel.
Trying
We have gone to
just
some
trying to
smaller
help the
trucks.
city not use big trucks when we don't have to.
Well, we typically standardize on F-150, but we have bought some smaller trucks. And if we got a smaller truck available, we would definitely jump on that
Okay.
rather than waiting for an F-150.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
You know, I remember a discussion where I chastised our city manager about the use of AGCM for this, but we're using them for a lot of these projects and inspections, correct?
We do have them on some projects.
Okay, I think there's 9 of them, 9 or 10 of them. Is that correct?
13.
I don't think it's that high. I think it's more like 5 people that we have, and a couple are working in City Hall.
Okay, now I'm assuming these are inspectors as well.
Correct.
So are we doing a financial analysis to see if the outsourcing this might be better than to have it in-house? Since we've already have them in process, as opposed to going and buying capital vehicles and doing that, as opposed to farming that out? And have we done that financial analysis?
Yeah, we did it a year ago as part of the budget process, Councilman. What we
Well-
realized is that we have more work that's kind of peaking, and so to make sure we're addressing the inspections that have to take place, we're augmenting with AGCM, who eventually will go away, and then the baseline staff will continue to review these projects.
Yeah, I would say the real benefit of that, there probably is a little premium that we pay on top of having an in-house employee. The advantage would be with these guys, a whole lot easier when your trend is going the other way, where your backlog is going down, and if that's a situation, we just call the company and say, don't send that guy back on Monday. There's a little bit more process. We're trying to.
Okay, well, what I'd like to see is some numbers here, because, I mean, we're here buying.
Okay, we can do that. We can do a letter report.
Let's do the numbers, because you can draw down AGCM a lot quicker by just not hiring them for jobs if the projects go down.
Correct.
Right.
I've got the opposite problem right now.
Right, so you're supplementing. So I'd just like to see some aspect of that.
We'll get some analysis.
My opposition to that contract had nothing to do with them and what the
Okay,
type
but
of
let's
work.
stick to the item. We're not talking about AGCM or supplemental, we're talking about
Well, I
purchasing
understand
15
that, but this
vehicles.
kind of goes to purchasing equipment for people that could be supplemented through a different
Council already,
means.
not to interrupt, Councilman, but almost 2 years ago, the council already deliberated and approved the positions.
Yeah.
This item today is just to say,
Well,
because of the truck.
if you can't hire the people.
If I can finish, Councilman, so
You just
as we hire
interrupted
the
me.
people.
Hold on, Gil.
Yeah, as we hire the people, we can hire them, but as we hire them, what we're realizing is truck inventory, the union strike on vehicle production causes the inventory to even lessen. So if there's a truck that's available, we want to be able to buy it when it comes on the floor of a local dealership. The alternative method is the one that we prescribe generally, which has to be a bidding process, and then we take the bids to council. If we did that on a vehicle, one single truck that shows up, somebody else is going to buy it. So this is an emergency declaration that the staff brought to me to say, hey, city manager, we want to see if we can use your emergency declaration powers. I said, okay, it seems like an emergency, but not that critical, so let's take it to council to get their approval. So that's what we're here for today.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 13.
I make the motion.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Okay, second.
Thank you. All in favor, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The motion carries. Councilman Pusley pulled item number 15, which is an ordinance authorizing a 3-year lease agreement with 5 one-year options to renew with Texas A&M University Corpus Christi Lone Star UAS Center of Excellence and Innovation for 3,000 square feet of shop space. Mr. Pusley, your question or comment?
Yes. Morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
I just had two
Everyone.
quick questions. So have they been leasing this in the past, or is this new?
No, sir, this is a brand-new lease.
Okay. And I know this is going to sound like a silly comment, but I fly a drone recreationally all the time. And it's my understanding this is going to be a building where they will work on, house, test fly drones. Is that correct?
Actually, we've got Michael Sanders here from the Texas A&M drone program. Michael, if you want to come respond to what you guys are going to be doing in our hangar.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. This is part of a larger effort for the research center to have a presence at the Corpus Christi International Airport and working with the FAA authorities that would allow us to operate from within the airport property itself. And so what we would be doing is doing the research and development and test flights with FAA authorities, but at the airport itself, where we are currently doing the majority of our stuff involving at Port Mansfield down in Willacy County or in other public areas around the coastal bend area.
Okay. So I just want to express my concern because in my flying of drones, they sometimes do really well and sometimes the wind will catch them and blow them in directions that you didn't expect. So I just want to make sure that we're covering, that we understand the safety issues related to airplane traffic, helicopter traffic, private plane traffic coming in and out of that airport, and we've got drones flying all over the place.
Sir, when we would operate and fly the drones from the airport property, it would be in the evening and under the control of the tower at the airport. So we will have deconflicted the drone usage to times would not impact the general aviation.
Okay. I think it's a great idea. I really do. I support what you're doing. I just don't want to have to be sitting here explaining to the public how a drone flew into the propeller of a private plane coming into land and we have some terrible accident.
Yes, sir. We'll have deconflicted with the tower to fly when those general aviation or commercial aircraft are not landing at the airport.
Okay.
And we'll do it under the control of the TRACON. We'll
Okay.
be doing that as well.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck. And with that, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, so I think what we'll do is break for lunch, and then we will come back and start with public hearings. So at this time, we will go ahead and, yes, sir.
Mayor, I have to make a comment. Since we're talking about lunch, this is the only time I can make this comment. But I think that the city secretary's office determines actually the city manager and the city council determine our budget for lunches. The city secretary's office does too. Our lunch budget is a little bit too far up, meaning that we pay for a lot of other people's lunches, not just the city council members. And I think that we need to make sure that it is just the city council members or the city secretary's office that is receiving those lunches. Thank you. And yes, I am a big lunch guy, and that's why I'm focusing on this subject, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. All right, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We'll be back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Now that it's stated publicly.
I always say they typically don't. But they might give them the presence here, and so you'll want to discipline yourself on respective projects. Well, I mean, so. I mean, in all seriousness, I can actually talk to stuff. Are you saying discrete projects? For both projects. If we're getting to the details, I would have to, I can obviously read any sort of notes and contemporary. Okay. I can make it go, but that was kind of like making it. Don't put a question mark. No worries, no worries. It's all good. No, like I said, it should be, if you want to, I can refer, if they have questions.
I only think,
Well, if they want. Yeah, sure. Right, right. But if there's a question they want to hear from something,
that's all. I would say details would go over here, maybe one like that.
Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna let y'all decide.
For the big heavy hitter, any sort of strategic type of stuff. If they want like over the top.
Tom's gonna back me up out there, so.
I always think honestly, I'll always push. Even if he was.
We're going to start back up, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And in the spirit of our military partners being present today, I would like to move item number 23 up. Let's go ahead and take care. Is it 20? Oh, 23 and 24. We're going to take care of that. So who would like to come up? Okay, Mr. Skrabarczyk, 23 and 24.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. There's a presentation, so we'll let that get loaded up there. Nope.
No.
Please
that's
no,
okay.
not that one.
Mayor, unless there's anyone that has any questions or comments, I would like to make a motion that we approve those two items.
Second.
There you go, Ryan. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Just that we, obviously, at the city, greatly value our partnership with the military installations. It's obviously a point of pride for this council and the city staff to be able to work with these fine individuals that are seated here in the audience and took time to show up here today. And so we want to thank them for that partnership. And we've been very successful with DIAG. We hope to continue that success.
Absolutely. And, it can't be more underscored of the impact, the economic impact that our military installation makes. So much so that I dedicated the entire, my State of the City address to our military impact and what that does. So we're very supportive. We thank you for your service and for your partnership. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Thank you.
The motion carries. Well, now that was for 20. Was your motion for 23 and 24?
23 and 24.
For both, okay. Very good. Okay, so we will go back to section M, like Mary, section L. Public hearings. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Public hearings, items 17 and 18. Item number 17 is a zoning case number 0723-05, Circle K store located in District 1.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
We have a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comment on item number 17, zoning case 0723-05? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 18 is a zoning case number 0823-01, Sharkey Transportation located in District 1.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make another motion to approve this.
Second.
Okay, this is an ordinance rezoning a property at or near 4757 Sharpsburg Road from IL Industrial to, with a special permit. Did I misread that?
No, from IL Industrial
To-
to IL Industrial with an SP.
Perfect,
Special
thank you, thank you. I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 18? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. We have a motion. Did we have a second?
Yes.
I did,
We
I
did?
seconded it, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Any further discussion?
No, can I just say one thing?
Yes, sir.
You know, this project is actually going to be good for District 1. For those of you that have had Verizon and some of the other carriers, I don't know why, we've got these dead spots and everything out there. So this is going to hopefully help us with our cell phone reception.
Connected,
So
right.
I'm pretty excited
Awesome.
about that.
Good news item, great. All in,
And Mayor, I'd like to thank staff for inviting Councilman Roy and I over to go over these well in advance of this meeting so we can move through it quickly. So
Good.
thank you very much, Al. Appreciate that.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Section M, individual consideration items, numbers 19 through 25. Item number 19 is a resolution in support of the continued protection of the city's downtown seawall flood control structure and the establishment of an endowment dedicated to the future maintenance and repair of the seawall. Ms. Hurlbert.
Good afternoon, Heather Hilbert, Assistant City Manager. So the resolution that you have in front of you, before you, is a resolution in support of the seawall flood control structure. There we go. So just a little background. Between 2002 and 2007, over $50 million was invested in the seawall to identify deficiencies, repair, and ensure the structural integrity of the structure. So at that time, voids were identified and filled. Steel sheet pile walls were placed in the front and the back of the structure, and I have a picture on the next slide that will show how that was done. And really this goal of the reconstruction that was performed back then was to really prolong the life of the seawall for useful lives for at least 50 years. And really restore the reliability, function, and appearance of the seawall, along with providing the place that we know now that is, has a lot of visits, a lot of pictures. But really the bottom line behind this was to make sure that the seawall continued protecting the downtown area for the next 50 years. Next slide, please. So this is a diagram of what was done at that point in time. So if you see the 3 poles that are in the middle there, those were all timber poles. And so that was what was holding up the seawall structure. And while it had done a really good job, there was decay in those timber poles. Then if you go to the outside of the picture, there's 2 large, what looks like walls, one in the front and one in the back. And so these sheet pile walls were installed there to help make sure to fortify the structure and maintain the integrity over the next 50 years. If you see in between, if you go over to the right-hand side, so in between what is the new steel pile wall and the existing timber, there's a smaller wall that is in between there. That was the existing steel sheet pile wall. And my understanding is when they went in there to look at that, it looked a little bit like cottage cheese. And so by going in with these thicker walls, not only in the front but also in the back of the structure, this really does ensure the integrity for at least the next 50 years.
And when was that done again, Heather?
This was done between 2002 and 2007.
And it's supposed to last for 50 years.
50 years, exactly. So we've had about 20 years. So it's been in place for about 20 years.
Right, and so
slide.
that means it's about 30 years before the engineers estimate any additional work. 30 years left still.
Yes. Next slide, please. So not only did we do the large improvements that were done back in the early 2000s, but there's been ongoing maintenance that has happened along the seawall. So just in 2021, there was over $1 million that was budgeted to really do the kind of the crack sealing and the joint repairs and that kind of stuff. So at that time, there were some concrete surface repairs where there had been decay within the concrete, joint repairs, making sure those joints were repaired and sealed, along with an overall cleaning and painting of the seawall, that top area that you see in the white there. Next slide. And then looking forward, either annual or biannually, there are visual inspections for cracks and concrete spalls, which those of that decaying concrete, along with the use of ground penetrating radar or GPR to inspect for voids within the structure. That is done, like I said, on a regular basis. Next slide. So with this resolution, City Council will confirm its support and commitment to the maintenance, protection, and future of the integrity of the seawall flood control structure. Next slide. So in addition to the commitment to it, what was also being recommended is that a reserve or endowment be set up to continue funding, have those immediate funding needs for the seawall. And so currently, the estimated fund balance going into fiscal year 24 was about $17 million in the fund balance, in the seawall fund balance. Over the life until the expiration of the tax, we are estimating about $30 million in revenue will be coming in. And then right now, there's about $33 million worth of projects that are committed. That does include the project at the marina, the project at the water garden, along with the art center, the natural history museum, and the art museum. So those have improvements that are be going on. And so at the conclusion of or expiration of the sales tax, we estimate that there'll be a $14 million available that can be committed or reserved to specifically for the seawall moving forward. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation is that City Council approve the resolution. And by approving the resolution, it is showing Council's support of the immediate needs of the seawall by establishing the endowment or financial reserve, along with the ongoing protection and maintenance of the seawall control structure. So it does conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
And Heather, and Mayor, if I can, just to kind of reiterate, so on this last slide here, Heather has it noted, but it's for the seawall, where is it here?
The flood control
The flood
structure.
control structure. So in other words, things like the water garden and other museums along the seawall that in the past and today are eligible, the $14 million endowment would be pretty much for the structure as identified in Proposition A.
Yes, the
Right.
resolution that the council approved, defining narrowing the definition of the seawall.
Okay. Councilman Suckley.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, with respect to the repairs improvements that were made in 2021, and now we're having biannual or annual inspections. The last inspection, which should have occurred in the last 6 to 12 months, was there any points of concern in that inspection, or any kind of sign of deterioration or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Jeff
Yeah, Jeff
could speak to
and-
that a little bit better, but not that I'm aware of.
No, as Heather said, just it was about 2 years ago that we completed a project that addressed all the visible distress, all the cracks, spalls, joint problems, and so forth. So the next round, we're going to look for hidden things, voids. Heather mentioned GPR. Probably take some core samples of the concrete. The concrete's actually held up extremely well on the seawall, but we're not aware of any deficiencies right now.
Okay, thank you. One more question for Heather. Thanks, Jeff. With respect to the $14 million in the endowment, what kind of control mechanism are we going to have in there in terms of, or is there a control mechanism? We're doing this, we're going to set aside the $14 million, but what control mechanism do we have going forward, that we either keep a minimum of 14 or that we add to it, or what conditions would warrant taking money from that 14?
Sure. At this point, we do not have that formulated for you, but that is definitely something that can be included in our financial policy that council adopts, or we can do a separate resolution that would define what those conditions are and how that should be managed going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Because we do not anticipate, so because this is a forward-looking, so that reserve would not be established, it would not be permanent until the sales tax expires, because this is what we're estimating will be available in ~26. So we do have a couple of years to go through and work through what those conditions would be.
Okay, Councilman Klein?
Thank you. This might be more of a question for Jeff, I guess, as well. But it's my understanding, help me with, my memory may be bad about this. I thought when the seawall was created, there was a consideration of wrapping the seawall around the backside of the Art Museum and behind the Museum of Science and History as well, which was never done. I don't know if there's been any discussions about that going forward. It seems like as if that's a vulnerable spot there because obviously the seawall is not there yet, and water from the ship channel could perhaps come in inundate what there would be north end of Chaparral, I guess, and Mesquite Street in that area there.
Well, so the Art Museum is actually sitting on the seawall. There's seawall underneath the Art Museum. The area that, the next area you get to is the Corps of Engineers building. And we've got a project currently to improve the waterfront along the Corps of Engineers to make sure it's structurally adequate. And also for the, at the Art Museum, there's a cantilever flood wall there that's all part of this system. And then as you keep moving up the Inner Harbor, you've got the Port Wharf,
right,
which appears to be adequate. And then there's something called the Backwater Levee when it was originally constructed, the Salt Flats Levee, and we've recently spent a couple of $1 million upgrading that. So we feel like that is up to spec. And so
Just to satisfy my own memory, am I misremembering that? Was there plans to extend the seawall around that corner there, or am I misremembering that?
It's not exactly a seawall. There's, we're calling it a flood wall that's at the Corps of Engineers building and at the Art Museum. There is some vulnerability there that we've got to shore up, and there's a project in the CIP to do that.
And I guess, again, this is not really an issue for the item today, which I'm going to vote in favor of. But have there been discussions at all about, again, the state now is predicting more than 1 foot of sea level rise in the next 30 years, what that would do to the engineering specs, I guess, for the seawall?
Well, so there's been a lot of study and discussion on this going back to, it's been over 10 years. The FEMA is the one that underwrites all the flood insurance, and they publish the flood insurance rate maps. And there was discussion about showing downtown as not being protected at all against a 100-year flood event. And that was kind of FEMA's initial position on this, that if you don't certify that system as being protective against 100-year flood, then they would show the base flood elevation inside the same as base flood elevation on the outside. Communities all across the country pushed back on that, and FEMA had to take a step back, and they said, no, Congress told FEMA that you've got to model these systems as they would actually perform in an event of concern. And at that point, there was a lot of discussion. It actually kind of became a negotiation with the city. They came up with a BFE that they published on the maps that we thought we could live with, but we didn't have to go through that whole certification process that would have been a long, lengthy, expensive process, and then you might not have ever been able to get the thing certified against a 100-year event.
Right. So I'm probably late to the game on this. I've heard about this 1.1 feet of sea level rise in the next 30 years. I've heard about this just in the last 3 or 4 months now. I assume that maybe the information was out there before that. I'm wondering if those discussions took that into consideration, or if that report, that information has come more recently since those discussions took place.
I can't really answer how that was done. That surge modeling was actually done by the Army Corps of Engineers, and the big driver of change on that, and in some places it changed significantly, was Hurricane Ike, where the observed storm surge elevations were much higher than what their prior model had indicated. But we were preparing for the eventuality that it might come way up when they released that core modeling, but it didn't change that dramatically. But I can't answer the question how the Corps took sea level rise into account.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilman Hernandez?
Help me understand this, because this is a one-sentence kind of resolution that's very vague. So this is just for the 14 million. There's going to be left over once the tax expires.
Correct.
And to Councilman Suckley's point, there's no plans to add more from the type A once whether it passes or not.
So so within Proposition A, the seawall is included in that Proposition A. So the seawall will continue to receive funding. That is included in the Convention Center complex, which will receive a minimum of 5%.
That's not my question. That's not my question. Is it that money going to be put into the endowment from the type A going forward past this, once this tax expires?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just a location where the money's going to be held.
So that yes, exactly.
So what are we doing now? I mean, is the money just sitting in an account that's not an endowment? I mean, what?
It's sitting in the type A fund balance.
Okay, so if you have the new type A, which if it gets redone or we have to redo it somewhere else, I mean, why not just leave it in the type A?
So it actually would remain within the type A fund balance, but this is reserving it. So right now with this resolution, this would show the city council's desire to create this endowment or reserve, financial reserve. And then that would be reserved fund balance that could not be utilized for anything else. So right now we've gone through and said, okay, depending on what we estimate the revenues to be and what we estimated the expenses to be for the type A commitments, there will be $14 million remaining at the expiration. And so this reserves those funds.
So for example, once we get beyond this, the 14 million, and if you put in 5% and you don't use that 5%, it goes into the endowment.
That would be a decision for type A to decide how that would be appropriated each year.
Well, you have to use 5% for that, right, per our resolution, correct?
For the Convention Center complex, which includes not only the seawall, but also Convention Center arena.
Right, a minimum 5% for each one of those going forward, right?
5% for the complex.
No, it's 5% for seawall, 5% for, no, that's not how I understood it. Maybe that's not how any of us understood it. You have to spend a minimum 5% of that type 8 1/4 cents tax to each of those individual areas, except for the airport, which is an up to 5%.
So it's 5% for the Convention Center complex, which includes the arena, the Selena Auditorium, the Convention Center, the seawall, and then if the city council chooses to move forward with any type of hotel complex, then that's 5% to a minimum of, and then 5% to parks, and then 5% to streets, and up to 5% for the airport.
So you're including the complex as part of the seawall?
The seawall is included as part of the complex.
Is it? Yeah. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but I always thought the seawall was separate from the complex.
It is currently under the existing type A, but what the resolution that City Council approved is that the seawall is included in the Convention Center complex, which is defined as the arena, the Convention Center, the Selena Auditorium, the seawall, and then if potentially a hotel if we move forward with that.
Wow, now I'm really voting against this. All right, thank you.
Any other, Councilman Presley.
Okay, Heather. First off, I'm not mad, I just want to make a statement. I've asked several times when we're going to receive these presentations that the PowerPoints be included in our stuff that we get beforehand, and I didn't get that. I don't know if anybody else did, but.
No, and I apologize for that, yes.
It should always be included. Next time I may not be as nice. So anyway, so I have a lot of issues with this deal with the seawall. Number one, I think it puts council members who may or may not be in favor of the type A election that we're going to have, that it puts us in the position of, well, if I vote against this, then I must be against the seawall. And that's absolutely inappropriate for the staff to put us as council members in that position. And this endowment doesn't guarantee anything. all you're doing is saying, okay, we've got $14 million now in the bank. We may or may not have that $14 million at the end of 2026, or is it 25 at this one?
Yeah, and I just a correction on that. This is the estimate at the end of 26. This is not actually.
Not what you have now.
Not what we have now. We actually have more.
Okay.
But looking at the estimated revenues and the estimated expenses that the projects we already have committed, it is estimated that we'll have a minimum of 14 million. There may be more, but a minimum of 14 million. And what I will say too about whether whether you're in support or not support of Proposition A, this actually, so if Proposition A were not to pass, this ensures that there's at least $14 million set aside for future seawall needs.
Yeah, but that should come after we vote on Proposition A.
Okay.
I mean, truly it should, because at that point in time, we'll know what we need to do with respect to the seawall.
Sure.
And I just want to say this, when you say that the seawall is good for 50 years, and I'm so thrilled that we have a gentleman on board now that has a geological background, because I can at least have at least one more person who may or may not agree with it. But anytime you say that, Mother Nature can jump up next week and prove you wrong.
Yes.
And we can have a hurricane or any kind of an event that could change all of that overnight.
Right.
And so for us to say that 14 million or 20 million is going to cover what we need for the seawall for the next 30 years is just not being factual.
Who said that? Who said that?
Well, it's
Nobody said that.
It's implied in
No,
this.
but you just said for us to say that
Mayor?
14 million, no, let me finish, 14 million is going to, take care of the next 50 years. No one said that. Nobody said that. And let me compare this back to insurance. You buy a 30-year roof, you look at your roof and say, wow, I got a 30-year guarantee on that roof. But just like you said, and I've had this conversation with Heather, I agree, that roof could be blown off 2 weeks later with just the right amount of power from Mother Nature. But I don't think that's what we're saying. And Heather, I'm going to hand it back to you, because
Sure.
that's a very big statement to make. If someone said that, I want to know who said it.
Yeah. So the intention behind creating the reserves is making sure the money is set aside, but that's not all that we're going to need for the next 20 or 30 years. The 50 years is under normal conditions, under structural, that it should be structurally sound, and for the next 50, for the next 30.
So what does the endowment mean? If you said, you have this resolution to create an endowment, but you don't have any, and you just said that the 5% we were voted on, and I'm like Councilman Hernandez, I thought there was 5% set aside directly for the seawall, but that's not what we did. That's now included in the convention center complex. So an endowment indicates to the public, I think, that we are going to set aside X amount of money every year for the seawall's current and future issues.
Yes.
And so, but that's not what's going to happen.
This is to set aside, I guess, and would you say like the seed money? So the $14 million would be there. Then the expectation would be going forward that based off of the engineering recommendations, budget, things like that, then there would be additional money added every year to make sure that those annual inspections are
But
done.
where's that money going to come from? Where in the documentation with respect to this Proposition A is the wording that says we are going to put X amount of dollars in this endowment every year for nothing but the seawall? Is that language, does that exist?
No, that does not exist.
Okay, so the endowment means nothing. It's just an attempt, I think, to put the council on record that we're going to take care of the seawall, to make it such that we don't have an opinion about Proposition A. And I think that's just totally inappropriate. What you're proposing here, what should have been brought to this council is, okay, we're going to have X amount of money that's going to be put into the seawall fund every year as a result of Proposition A or whatever we end up voting on. Sure. And that money will be untouched by anything else, but that's not what has happened here. What has happened here is now it's been included with the convention center complex, and if in year 3 we need all of that money to go into the convention center complex, then there is no money put in the endowment for the seawall.
That is a possibility.
Okay. Well, I just think this is, Peter, this this has got holes all through it, and it means nothing. For us to vote on this endowment means nothing. There's no guarantees. It just says, hey, we like the seawall. I mean, we could create an endowment for City Hall over here and say, you know, we're going to put X amount of money in the planting of trees around City Hall. And if we happen to have some extra money laying around, well, we might be able to do that. But we're not going to dedicate a certain amount of money every year to that process.
Sure, and that's definitely something that can be done through the budgeting process too. You know, because it's not just the type A funds that can go towards the seawall, it can be general fund, things like that.
And Heather, and this is not your problem, and I'm not mad at you. I want you to understand that. I think you do a great job, and I really enjoy working with you. But Peter, my whole issue with Proposition A is there is a bunch of these kind of holes where we don't really say, you know, this is going to be exactly what's going to happen. We leave all kinds of open doors that we don't have plugged, and that's why people are coming out in opposition to this. And once again, I just think we're putting the horse before the cart. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, did someone else have Councilman Hernandez?
I make a motion to table this until November 14th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to table until November 14th.
After the election.
That's the council meeting after the election.
Yes, Councilman Suckley.
I have some of the same concerns that Councilman Busley mentioned, but again, to his point that this does absolutely nothing for us is really not accurate, because we're at least setting aside $14 million specifically for the seawall. And I get his concerns about not having additional money recurring every year, adding to that $14 million. But this is committing $14 million for the seawall only going forward.
Right.
Right, can I just add to that, that it actually came from, hope you're okay with me saying it, Councilman Suckley, it was an idea from the Councilman Suckley at one of our meetings, saying that, hey, the remaining balance, that's why we use it was his term, the term endowment, is just to say to the community that this city council supports the seawall, so much so that the $14 million that remains has to be just for the flood protection wall, not for amenities like the water garden or the museums or the marina. That's all this is saying.
Yeah.
And it just confirms, reconfirms, or reaffirms the already position that the council has, that the seawall is important and that we're going to maintain it.
Right.
That's all this is doing. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't remember Councilman Suckley doing that, and I truly don't have any problem with us delineating $14 million at the end of whatever period we select for dedication to the seawall. That's fine. But my problem is with this resolution that makes it sound like that we're committing to do that on a year-in, year-out basis. And I just think that this needs to be reworded such that we are going to not only set aside that, but we are going to have a reoccurring commitment to the seawall, because this doesn't do that now. This one-time deal is okay. Thank you.
So can that be added?
Yes, I mean, there could be an amendment to the resolution saying that, you know, we can't commit that it would definitely come from type A, but that there would be a budgeting, you know, within the budget process, that appropriate funds could be budgeted in support of an annual, you know, seawall allocation.
Well, then we'd have to
Okay.
get a recommendation from Miles or somebody about, because we've already voted on how that money's going to, either the Proposition A money's going to be divided up.
So what is the recommendation? Can we make that change here and now, or do we wait for next week, or what is your thought process, Miles? If we wanted to add that.
I don't object to it, but I'd like to say that any of the changes that we've been making relating to the election, we've been getting bond council approval.
That's not for the election.
We need to run it by
Related to,
bond
so the
council?
seawall.
Is that,
I think you could make that change probably.
add that.
Probably.
So we
Yeah,
can
can-
add it. What were we going to say?
I just want to remind the council that today,
It is
one of the
only-
reasons, one of the pluses on Proposition A is it gives flexibility, and it updates an outdated model, which is that the seawall fund, as a reminder, had excessive balances in it. We had, when I started 5 years ago, 35 million with no project in sight. There was nothing to spend the money on. That's why we looked at the confines of the then Proposition A and realized we could use it for more than just the flood structure. And so we used it to fix the water garden, to fix the museums, to put investment in the marina. So the predicament we were in was collecting $30 to $40 to $50 million, putting it in an account when we had tremendous need all up and down the seawall. And so what Proposition A says is that annually the council will determine how much of the Proposition A needs to go to the seawall. And the council makes that decision with the Type A board, rather than defaulting, just adding money and adding and adding and adding, stockpiling it when there's need everywhere. So that's kind of the principle here. This only addresses the remaining balance in the current Prop A that says this 14 million can only be used for the seawall.
Right.
And the goal is to kind of to save it like an endowment. And then annually going forward, Type A, it's in the language, would be assessed by the council to add additional funds if needed. And then through the annual budget process, that's another funding avenue or a bond program if there's a significant need.
Okay, Councilman Roy.
You know, I just wanted to kind of reiterate, I mean, when we went back, I remember this discussion, and I remember Councilmember Suckley bringing this up, because really, you can use the same analogy. You know, this is part of the conversation that we had to make everybody comfortable on what we were going to do with the airport, because that same analogy was kind of like, well, what if we don't really need, if everything's working out right, we've got reserves, and the next year comes up and we don't really need those reserves, or we're going to force those reserves in to sit. And we discussed that as a council. Because the same could be really said for any of these things under that Proposition A. If I was somebody that was really passionate for parks, I could say, well, wait a minute, okay, are we going to just put the 5% or less than that into parks? What's our guarantee going forward? And we did talk about that because we said there's other avenues to fund the seawall, if I remember that conversation.
That's right, Councilman.
So, again, I understand what we're saying, but it does give us greater flexibility, because I think it will also put a stop to what we were doing before and trying to come up with these creative ideas to link something to the seawall. And I think I heard council say that most of the council members say, yeah, that wasn't good because it's too, the interpretation is too large. So I just kind of wanted to kind of jog everybody's memory on that. We did have this conversation.
Right, right. Thank you, Councilman. And so today, again, is about restricting the 14 million to the seawall specifically. That's it. And then we can work on, amending if we would like to. So we do have a motion and a second to table. So
To postpone, actually, so postpone
what?
to November 14th. Yeah.
Oh, to postpone, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no? No.
No.
Okay.
I don't care.
So just Hernandez, you're the only
I
aye?
think we had two ayes.
Paslin Hernandez.
Rebecca,
okay.
we had two ayes.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Hunter, where are you?
I mean,
Okay, so it fails, right?
It failed
can you
anyway.
abstain from this? Because
Well-
Councilman Pusley has very good points, and so does Councilman Hernandez, and the exact definitions of these things. Although it is a very good idea to have these $14 million set aside for a specific designation, which we hadn't had before, and a lot of people have been concerned about this for a long time. There are political implications to this. Y'all can say whatever you want, but that's dead on the truth, so that's all I have to say.
So are you abstaining? Is that
don't
an
know.
abstention?
I mean, we're not disagreeing with you. They have good points, but today is only about reserving 14 million for the seawall, period. We're going to address what they're
I
talking
mean,
about.
did y'all intentionally put us in this position? So if you want me to vote, I
No,
want to hear
Councilman
somebody say
Suckley.
that.
Is that
Were we
Councilman
intentionally
Suckley?
put in this position to do this, Councilman Suckley?
Why would he do that?
I didn't suggest putting this resolution there. I'm the one that suggested 8 weeks ago to do the endowment.
Exactly.
And again, as
Exactly.
we've talked about,
Right.
how much have we all heard from the community about the cannibalization of those funds over the years for everything from a water garden to everything else?
But we should.
This keeps $14 million from being cannibalized
Yep.
into other areas.
Yeah.
That's why the suggestion was made.
I think it was a great suggestion. It should have been done 8 weeks ago.
Well, does it matter though?
It does matter.
Okay,
It
well,
does
okay, well,
matter.
vote,
It
let's go. We're
absolutely
moving
matters.
on. If you take a stance.
Because of that, I have to vote no.
You're going to vote no.
So we got 3
Okay.
against. Moving on.
All right.
Or you're going to vote in
You're
favor of
voting.
postponing?
against.
But you voted. Oh, well,
No, I had to vote no to their.
Oh, he
I
did
thought-
vote no.
okay, so where are you?
I'm a no to what they suggested.
I make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve as presented. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I want to say again, I'm sitting here reading this resolution, and Councilman Suckley, I respect and appreciate what you're saying, but this resolution doesn't say that. This resolution is just an open-ended document. It doesn't say $14 million. There's nowhere in here, unless my dyslexia is not letting me see $14 million. There's nothing in here that says $14 million.
Okay, but
And this is an open-ended deal that, again, once again, and the reason, Peter, I asked this morning for a report on ending fund balances in our budget is because he's exactly right. This city governments are all this same way. If they see a pile of money not being used, they can't resist it. They're going to use it for something. And $35 million in a reserve fund for the seawall may sound like a lot of money, but what if we have a hurricane that collapses 300 feet of that seawall? You think $35 million would rebuild it?
No, we'd help FEMA help us, Councilman. That would be a,
I just,
you know.
Okay.
this is
Yeah, the federal
smoke and
government
mirrors,
would have to
guys.
help
no, it's not, but, okay.
Yeah.
And
All right,
I should be able to make my comments without having to have you come over the top of me. I appreciate and respect your opinion, but you ought to let me have my opinion first without telling everybody I'm wrong.
I don't think I'm doing that, but thank you.
I have one more
All right,
comment.
yes, go ahead.
I have to say, this is too vague, and I get staff wants vagueness because it means you can do whatever the hell you want. And I'm disappointed in your leadership in this, Peter. This is terrible in terms of not the idea, but just the way it's being executed. And I don't know who wrote this in that sense and how this looks like, but this gives, to that point, this gives everybody the idea that we're adding to this and it's going to be continuous, kind of like the Rochelle Foundation endowment. But it's just for $14 million that we might have left over at the end of 2026. It's too vague. And this is where we don't have, this is where we lose trust from the public when we do stuff like this.
Yeah, Councilman, if you're referring to the actual resolution document? Yes, sir. So you're right, it doesn't say 14 million, and Miles is here. That should be included in the section 1. It should say the city council supports the continued protection of the seawall and establishment of an endowment estimated to be at 14 million as of today, dedicated to the future maintenance of the seawall. Is that your
Right, with
correction?
no future funding going forward.
With funding, no.
Into the endowment.
Right, yeah, because the plan is to set this aside as an endowment. Future funding would go to improve the seawall if there's a project identified.
Is it possible for me to make a motion to amend it to include the 14 million? Well, then I'd like to make that motion to amend to include the 14 million.
Okay.
And that would be in
Second.
section 1, right? You were saying, Miles?
That would be in section 1, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want it to be
Okay.
14 million or
Table this for a week and
No,
let
currently estimated
let
at 14
staff bring
million?
this back to us with the correct wording.
We have a motion and a second. We have an amended motion, sir. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Who seconded the
Have
motion?
2 noes.
To amend.
Barrera
Okay,
and
thank you.
Suckley. To include the 14 million.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion to amend all aye. Okay, so then we would approve the resolution as amended.
And what does the amendment say? Nobody ever read that.
So my understanding was in section 1 of the resolution, it says the city council supports the continued protection of the city's downtown seawall flood control structure and the establishment of endowment estimated to be $14 million dedicated to the future maintenance and repair of the seawall.
Okay.
That was the amendment that passed.
I have just one clarification. There was something in there, somebody said something about as of this date, or you,
Just say, yeah, as of today, as of,
The expiration of so what the 14 million is estimated is what will be remaining at the expiration of the authorization of the sales tax.
do we need that in there?
Does that need
Until
to be?
2026, is that right? Okay. So
we'll add that.
estimated to be 14 million as of,
The expiration of the sales tax authorization in 2026.
okay. I'm gonna have to get that wording, sorry. So sales tax authorization, 2026. Okay, that's what we approved. So is everyone, that's the language that we're using there. Is that clear? To
Yes.
everybody? Okay, that's what we voted on. Okay, so now we're at
I'm
the
gonna-
point where we
oh, go
we
ahead.
passed the resolution as amended. If you're ready, Mayor, that would be the next step.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to pass it as amended. Oh, you did.
Yeah, so
Oh,
we just need
have
a
a first
vote.
and second, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, we
All
just need
in
a vote.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
We have
Okay,
two
so
no's.
just- yes, ma'am.
I am going to ask for public comment because we didn't ask for public comment.
Right.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comment on item number 19?
No, she's absent.
Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment.
Okay.
You got it? Okay. Okay. So I think that we move on. Item number 20 is a motion to amend section 3.08, required development and the industrial development agreement 110-B with Bootstrap LLC to allow for development of a battery energy storage facility and extension of the placed in use requirement from December 31, 2023 to December 31, 2025.
Okay, good afternoon.
Anybody else against this? Other than what? Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Gil's got to say.
okay, what's your question, sir?
Okay, now this section that's going to have the battery pack, is that going to be within the industrial district agreement? I mean, the industrial district?
Yes, so this is actually, so we had two different industrial district agreement. One is 1110 and one was 1110B.
Right.
1110 was already outside of the city limits. 1110B was inside the city limits. So the phase one, which was on 1110, is moving forward and will have complete construction of the crypto mining as of the end of this calendar year. This will be on the 1110B. And so the battery energy storage will be in place of the originally planned cryptocurrency mining on the 1110B. So this is a substitution project for that, just specifically that second parcel.
Okay, so we vacated the de-annexed area and put it in the industrial district, right?
Yes, the 1110B, yes.
So when it was just a cryptocurrency, some computers in some boxes and they're going to, mine cryptocurrency. So this is a different business model with the collecting energy and putting it into batteries and then reselling it during the day at night. So, but batteries are a much different type business than just the computers mining cryptocurrency. So I don't know if you've ever seen a battery fire, but does this location have its own fire department?
So they are contracted with the industrial fire department for this.
So RTFC?
Yes.
They are contracted.
And also these are, so it's a similar footprint as the crypto mining. in that these batteries are contained within containers that does have fire suppression systems and everything built into it. So the idea is that if there was any type of fire that, and I believe they're sealed, and I do have Matt Head here who can speak a little bit to it with Bootstrap. But my understanding is that, yeah, the batteries are contained within a container with fire suppression systems already in there.
Okay, I'd like, if you wouldn't mind coming up and explaining that, because I mean that, you ever seen these battery fires that are hard to put out?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so I can speak to the topic of fire detection, not necessarily suppression. I know we did have a conversation about that. Generally with, as you're aware, metals.
I'm sorry, sir, can you identify yourself, please, for the record?
Matthew Held, Bootstrap Energy.
Thank you, sir.
Property owner.
Thank you.
And forgive my casual attire. Yeah, so metal battery materials can catch fire, and there's methods of fire suppression, methods of emergency response. We're quite well aware, obviously, of that as a risk to the facility and potential hazards that might emanate out from a battery fire that emits toxic smoke.
And and you said you're contracting with RTFC?
Yes, we will be under contract as a member once the facility approaches commissioning and energization.
What's the distance from their facility to yours?
There is a facility directly across the street at Lyondell. It's an RTFC member facility, and I think their main facility is probably 5 or 6 miles.
All right, and they have all the requirements to deal with the battery fire, I'm assuming?
Yes, that's part of their kind of onboarding, is to determine the nature of your hazards on site that they would have to respond to, whether it's chemical spill or fire. And access and extinguishing methods, et cetera.
Well, I'm glad that there was some thought process before that. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Roy.
So one question I just want to make sure I understand. The business model that you have now with the with the batteries and that, is that more in line with the other business that you're doing under the cryptocurrency side as opposed to what you were originally planning? Am I asking, do you understand what I'm trying to ask?
I think I understand where you're going.
Yeah.
These are energy resources. So one of the reasons that crypto mining is an important resource here in the ERCOT wholesale power market is we've got an abundance of oversupply most of the time of the year, except for obviously during heat waves and extreme peak loads. ERCOT's experienced numerous record demands. But as a flexible load, unlike the arc furnace or the chemical plant, these things shut down. So, for example, our current mining operation, which is just in the inception or early stages, we shut off when power price goes to 4 cents, $40 a megawatt hour. So ERCOT can go all the way up to $5,000 a megawatt hour. So just from an economic standpoint, we turn off.
Yeah, I understand the second model a little bit better, but the one that didn't change, give me like a 15-second whatever overview of what that business is.
Of the Bitcoin mining.
Yes.
Right, cryptocurrency mining. Again, our business is energy infrastructure and supporting the power grid. We are an infrastructure host provider, so we rent rack space to customers that send us their Bitcoin mining computers, artificial intelligence computers, high-performance computing applications that all use heavy power.
Okay, so here's where I'm headed with that. Thanks for that clarification. Because I'm listening to public comment, one of the things they were talking about is the instability of cryptocurrency, right? But if something happened, and I'm just going to make an assumption here, I'm not an expert, but I want you to maybe, I'd like your opinion. If something happened and cryptocurrency went away, the infrastructure that you've set up under this company can be switched over, utilized for other things, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's where I was trying to understand that in terms of public comment, because I think, unfortunately, whether the public understand it or not, I think they thought you were probably sitting there creating cryptocurrency in some type of mint on site, but it really has to do with your storing and harvesting energy and selling it at the right time.
Yes, sir, that's correct. I mean, it could be indoor agriculture.
Okay.
right, which has high-intensity lights, for example. But
So-
this is mainly going to be about computing, and if you think of where we are today with artificial intelligence computers, that demand for computing is going to skyrocket.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Councilman Klein?
Very smart business.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment to the motion, to insert this language into the motion, and that is, here's the language. Crypto mining operations are forbidden in these regions under consideration. I have no problem with the battery storage side of your operations. It's the crypto mining that I have a problem with. I see this as a Ponzi scheme. I think it's just a matter of time before it crashes. It has crashed already once. I think it's going to happen again. I think it's going to happen worse than what it has in the past. I don't want our city to be associated with that. I also think that crypto mining is a huge electrical draw on the grid, a grid that cannot handle that. We've already experienced this past year when, for what, 3 or 4 months, the state was telling us, ERCOT was telling us to reduce our electrical load usage from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. at night.
Yeah, so I'll make a couple of comments on that. So while that amendment could be considered, the IDA 1110, they're already under construction with the infrastructure to support the crypto mining, along with, as Matt said, not only crypto mining, but also other computing. And so crypto mining is not being considered for 1110B as it stands right now. But on the crypto mining, the infrastructure has already been put in place.
Yeah, but that infrastructure is supposed to have been completed by December 31st of 2023, and
Exactly.
it does not look as if it's going to be.
Yes, it will be.
That's why we're asking for an extension.
No, so remember, there's 2 different parcels. You've got 2 different agreements. One is 1110 and one is 1110B. So 1110 will remain with the energy hosting, the hosting of the computers, which includes crypto mining. That one is almost complete and will meet that 12/31/23 deadline. What council is considering today is 1110B, which is the second parcel, and they are proposing to put the battery energy storage on the 1110B parcel, or under that agreement.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Can you refresh our memory as to when 1110 was approved by council?
Sure, both 1110 and 1110B were both approved back in March of 22.
All right, thank you.
Call the question.
Yeah, there's no other, Dan?
Yeah, there was no second to that motion, correct? So
No, I
the motion
seconded it.
died.
I
Did you
seconded
second? Okay,
Oh, not
to
his.
the
No,
crypto,
not-
yeah, I
not-
was going to say,
not the
so
amendment,
that
no.
one died for lack of a second. Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay, Dan, you want to?
Come on over here, Ingrid.
Any other questions from council? No. All right, so we had a motion, didn't have a second.
No, right, so that one, the
one's
motion to
failed.
amend died for lack of a second, but we do
Okay.
have a motion second on the floor to approve as
All
presented.
right, so with no other questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, Klein.
Motion passes.
Absent. And the mayor's absent. Yeah, 6. Okay.
All right, moving on to item number 21. Mr. Smith?
Yes, good afternoon again, council, city manager. This is a ordinance authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Kaufman and Associates of Overland Park, Kansas for an updated airport master plan in the amount not to exceed $1.6 million, $10,689, appropriating an airport grant number 72 from the Federal Aviation Administration for $1.449 million in Airport CIP Grants Fund, and also $161,090 from the airport's operating budget. Be happy to answer any questions.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any other questions, comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Did we have to open public comment?
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 22.
Okay.
Second.
Let me,
The sand dollar pipe.
let me open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comment on item number 22? Did we read it or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so item number 22 is a motion awarding a professional services contract to Garver LLC, Houston, Texas, to provide design, bid, and construction phase services for the Sand Dollar 16-inch connection line from the Sand Dollar water pump station to the Coral Vine elevated storage tank in an amount not to exceed $683,960. So if there's no one who would like to make public comment, I'll go ahead and close public comment. We do have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Yes.
We do. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Let me see.
Yeah, we did 25 next.
Okay, item number 20, let's see, we did 24. Item number 25. Item number 25 is a discussion with possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding with Port of Corpus Christi Authority on desalination as proposed by Councilman Mike Pusley, Councilman Dan Suckley, and Councilman Gil Hernandez. Okay, is there any well, I guess let me go ahead and make open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 25?
I do.
No, well, we're gonna get to us here. Let me do public comment, I'll close it, and then we can.
Okay.
Okay, there being no one, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Councilman Pusley.
Yes, Rebecca, I submitted this item to you. Did you include our names on there as a standard practice, or were you instructed to add those?
I did not add the item, actually add the item to the agenda. I just sent your memo. So your memo did include your signatures, but I did not put this caption on the agenda.
Do you know who did that?
Yeah, I did, Councilman.
Is that a standard practice, Peter?
This would be the first time the 3-signature memo policy is used, and we felt
That's not true.
It is. This is the first time the 3-signature memo.
No, it's not true.
The
We've done
three?
it before.
For what item?
Is that gonna be a standard practice from now on? Is every time anybody
Probably should
puts
be.
an item on the agenda, whether it's you, the mayor, or 3 people, are we gonna list their names?
I would recommend we list the 3 council members'
No,
names.
I would suggest that we list anybody who puts anything on the agenda. If you're gonna single us out, then you ought to single out whoever puts an item on the agenda.
Well, Councilman Pusley, that would be the city manager, myself, or 3 people.
That's right.
And in this case, we would not have known who put this on an agenda had this not been posted, because no one gave the,
Submitted to the city secretary.
well, but I don't, there's no
with the
protocol.
name,
The city,
and all
the city,
anybody would have had to have done was to call the city secretary.
so everybody, nine council, 8, well, in this case, 6 council members have to make phone calls to say, hey, who's putting what on the agenda?
I ordinarily don't question who puts an item on the agenda. I just look at the agenda and assume that it was put there legally.
Sure.
So why would that change in this case?
Oh, I don't know why it would change. My point is, I think I would love to know when someone doesn't give me a courtesy call to say, hey, by the way, Mayor, I want to put this on an agenda. It's not the city manager, there is no protocol. The city secretary doesn't have a rule that says I have to call the mayor and let her know and let the council members know that something, it could be something as easy as let's go buy some tires, or let's go enter into an MOU that nobody knows anything about, has never seen.
That's not what I'm discussing, Mayor. I'm discussing the fact that our names were put on here to be singled out. That was done on purpose.
I don't know about that.
Oh, I do.
I don't know
I
about
do.
that. I doubt it,
I
but,
can smell smoke a mile away, and this has a lot of smoke associated
oh,
with it.
so can I.
So
This is a
anyway,
great
I'm gonna make this point again, Peter. if you're going to single out 3 members of this council who ask for an item to be put on the agenda, that from this point forward, you put whoever's name puts
agree.
an item on the agenda.
I would support that
Okay, good,
wholeheartedly.
good.
Because then we don't know otherwise.
Good.
So let's move on. I agree
Okay.
with you, Councilman.
All right.
All right, so we opened public
Agreed.
comment, we
I'm sorry,
closed
Mayor, I
it.
just want to make sure we're clear here.
Yes.
Possibly saying put whoever puts any item on the agenda, the
That's
name on it.
correct.
So that would be, it would
3.
be Peter Zanoni in every one of the items
Okay,
because
right.
the mayor rarely puts anything on.
I think you're
so my
talking,
name would be
Councilman
on every
Pusley,
item.
Councilman Pusley, correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about, because I'm talking about council members. If 3 council members get together to put something on an agenda, whether it's, talking about the sky is blue or going into a critical decision such as this, that he wants them listed. I'm talking about, it should be listed. They
Well, I'm
should be
talking
listed.
about
Everybody.
from this point forward, when we get our agenda, if a staff member has requested that an item be put on the agenda for discussion, we list that staff member. If Peter puts it on there, it ought to have his name. If the mayor asks that it be put on there, it ought to have her name.
It'd be, right, Councilman, so it'd be Peter Zanoni in every one. The city
Right.
manager is responsible to set the agenda with the work of the mayor, as in your council, I guess, policy. So it'd be Peter Zanoni
So
on
it'd
every
be,
one if
it'd
you
be
wanted to have that
assumed
on
that it's
there.
all Peter unless council members come forth or I ask. Or I put it on, not ask.
I just think, Peter, this was done to single us out.
The councilman, in a positive way, the 3 council members elected to put something on the agenda, so I was giving you all credit for this item being placed on the agenda.
Okay.
All
I'll
right,
take it in
so
that vein.
Let's move
In a
forward.
positive way, yes, sir.
Okay, so we put this item on the agenda to once again, and Councilman Hernandez actually does a better job of explaining this than I do, but to once again try to foster a working relationship between us and the Port of Corpus Christi. The next point I want to cover is we received an email. I guess this email, Miles, went out to everybody, or did it just go to the mayor and Peter Zanoni and Andrew Molly about your misgivings about the MOU? Or did this go to all council members?
All.
Okay. Okay, so it's just funny to me, Miles, that anytime that there's a disagreement about what some council member is going to put on the agenda or ask to be put on the agenda, that you come up and utilize your office to try to stymie what council members are trying to be brought forward to discuss. And, I'm this close to doing what former Councilwoman Vaughn used to do in hiring my own attorney outside this establishment to come in and give an opinion that looks at what you wrote an opinion on to see if, because I guarantee you, I can go out and hire an attorney who will disagree with some of the things that you put in this opinion. And when we first started developing this MOU, which I don't care what these people that came up here and said this morning did, we did in a perfectly legal manner. We came to you, the 3 of us, and said, would you help us put the terminology together so that when we present this to council, it will be in the correct form? And you said yes, you would be happy to help us do that. Then, a couple of days later, I happened to be coming up to visit with the mayor, and you came out of the mayor's office, shook my hand, and 30 minutes later, we had an email from you stating that you could no longer help us with the wording. So it's very funny to me that whenever somebody wants to put something on the agenda, you're very willing to help them with the language up until you're told not to. And so it's a little unfair, Peter, that the attorney of this city keeps being utilized to stymie the free discussion of this council and this elected body. And I consider that. Now, if we want to adopt this and you want to come back in and help us develop the language, which we asked you to do originally, then I am certainly not opposed to that. But you're the one who said, oh, I can't help you anymore. You're on your own.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay. Aside from the fact that we got that document at 11:05 this morning, right before council started, instead of beforehand, when, to Councilman Pusley's point, where we could have done something or maybe massaged it to that point, but to do it right before a council meeting is purposeful and, discourteous and outright just pisses me off. I don't even have time to read it because it was right during the mayor's proclamations. Okay, fine. If you wanted us to consider that, well, then you should have brought it to us a lot sooner. And you had given every opportunity to provide us with input well in advance, over about a year ago, maybe even longer. So this is, I don't know if this reflects on you or the city manager, but both of you, it's just poorly done. And disrespectful to council members that have worked on this and had given it to you in advance. And to get it at 11:05, right before this council meeting, is completely disrespectful. That aside, this whole thing has always been about partnering with another government entity in order to share in the risk, share in the expense, share in because it benefits both our organizations, right? This is not, and it's not even a contract. It's just a framework of how we would work together. Miles had on many occasions said this is not a binding contract. And we said it is not a binding contract. It is just a way forward, a path for us to follow, direction to our staff to work with the port, direction from the port commissioners for their staff to work with us, and so we could get somewhere with this water, with desalination.
Okay.
Secondly, we just, a couple of weeks ago, the EPA, who had inserted themselves into this process, sent a letter saying that they were no longer going to be doing that, and that the TCEQ permit for the discharge at Harbor Island stands. That's kind of what stipulated us to bring this MOU back so we can have that path forward, so that the port commissioners and the port staff have clear ideas of what we are going to be doing with the city, so that they can go forward and feel comfortable in spending the money in order to move forward with the permit on Harbor Island. If we are serious about desal, we shouldn't close our eyes to other opportunities, because there's still no guarantee that we would get a permit in the Inner Harbor. I have real hard, and I've said it publicly, I don't think putting 20 million gallons a day of brine, or even more, 30 million gallons a day of brine, into the bay that has a cyclical salinity levels, where it goes up and down depending on the amount of rain we get in a year, makes no sense. And I understand we have an engineer that tells us this, but we pay engineers to tell us what we want them to say. And they figure out a way to make it work. So that aside, this is not a binding contract. This is just a roadmap and a path for us to go forward. It should not be so difficult for us to work with another entity that is willing to pony up half the expense for this. And it should be in our best interest not to put all that risk on our ratepayers. This is a good thing. And I'll leave that at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Huerta, when did you get notice to put this item on the agenda?
I believe it was Thursday. I'll look at my email and confirm.
It was Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would any of the three that were part of this like to enlighten us on that? When did y'all submit it? Pardon?
I have a comment also.
Okay, but I'm just asking, you're on the signature, the two of you are, so do y'all remember when you submitted this to the city secretary to put on the agenda?
Councilmember Pusley
Everybody
sent it to
remembers?
me, ma'am, on Thursday.
Okay, on Thursday. That's okay, that's all I wanted to know, that's all right.
No, you brought up a point, so I'm gonna make a comment. I sent it to Ms. Huerta, and we found out,
Oh, the email.
because it came
That's right.
from my private email, the city's email, put it in the whatever bin.
Quarantine the email.
Quarantine bin, and she didn't receive it
Until Thursday.
Until Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine, so Thursday. So I guess I'm just going to remind Councilman Hernandez, Councilman Pusley, if you agree with the statements he just made, and Councilman Suckley, because I'm assuming the three of you did get together to talk about moving this forward, not bringing it to my attention, not bringing it to the city manager's attention, not bringing it to Kent Britton's attention, not bringing it to two of our three city-appointed commissioners, port commissioners. We are working with the port, Councilman Hernandez. We are working. Don't you recall that? Every other week, they meet. Remember, we specifically said, Peter shall meet with them. We are working with them. So do not say we are not working. That was a council, right? A council decision. We are working with them every other week. Things
Mayor,
such.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's
Yes.
every week.
Every week, even, thank you. Every week, but instead, and we're going to vote on this after this, instead, three people, unbeknownst to the council, again, said, let's put something as grand as this. This is not just a MOU. And I might add, we are city council members. We are not port commissioners. We have an MOU. So you wouldn't start with, well, let's look at IBC's MOU, and then let's change it into what American Bank wants. Or let's look at, this energy company's MOU. You take your MOU, and this is just my personal feeling. You all agreed to an MOU that exists today, but you are bringing forth for the council to consider, which is most critical. It's a very, very important MOU. That very well could be, it could be in violation of the Texas Constitution and or the city charter. I don't know, because I have not had the opportunity. You put it on an agenda on a Thursday, and you want to have action on a Tuesday. And we're complaining about Miles sent in to the council what he did over the weekend. I'm assuming you worked on this, and you're offended by that. But you three put this on an agenda. Hold on a second,
we get
sir.
items on the agenda
Thursday.
up until Friday
but not
afternoon.
an MOU to
No,
talk about
we do
the
many
city
important
water line,
things
sir.
that are
No,
just as important
not
as
an
this
MOU
that
when it
we
comes
don't get
to
until
when
Friday
it-
afternoon.
Sir, I understand
and
that.
And the staff didn't
This
even
is water.
today. They
This
didn't even
is-
dignify us with giving us
Well,
the copy of the PowerPoint
I'm not-
that they were going to present to this,
I
which
understand.
I think was done on
Point
purpose.
of order,
understand.
point of order. Can we just go ahead and put this on a vote, please?
We're gonna move forward, but my point
No,
is
I'm not
that-
going to, Mayor, I'm
Councilman,
not going to sit here and
This
be
is-
lectured by you
Well, I'm
over
sorry.
something being submitted on an agenda.
No, that's not it at
When
all.
we get things on the agenda all the way up until Friday. It says so every
This
week.
is
You can
water,
get something on the
Councilman.
agenda up until Friday afternoon.
Councilman, this is water.
I
And
don't
there
care whether
wasn't-
it's
Really?
milk. It doesn't matter.
That's fine. If that's your stance, that shows
Well,
exactly.
my stance is, I'm not going to be lectured by you.
I'm not
And I'm
lecturing
not
you.
going to be.
I am
I'm
not
not going to stand
lecturing
here
you,
and let
sir.
you indicate to the
This
public
has to
that
do-
you think that I did something incorrect.
This is not about us. This is
And I'm-
about the
I'm
residents
still-
of the city of Corpus Christi.
I still have a right to say that what the city attorney did was incorrect.
I'm not,
right.
look, that's your stance, and I agree. And I don't agree, but I agree to understand your stance on that. What I am saying is this is about water. This is
Sure.
about
It is about water.
the
The
future
most important
of
thing we've
this
been
city.
discussing for the last 2 years.
Please stop talking over me, please. And so, no, yes, I have a problem with this, and so my vote will reflect that. There is, thank
will.
you,
I have
sir.
no doubt.
Okay, so I am just saying to you, yes, Gil, I see that. This was put on a little quickly, without any regard for anyone, so, in my opinion, because we didn't know about it. But that said, it is,
And you
to
know,
each
Mayor,
person.
you know,
Yeah,
Mayor-
Councilman Suckley.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. So with respect to us having an existing MOU, I was not aware that we do have an existing MOU.
Not an MOU, I'm sorry, we have a
Because
resolution.
you said that a little bit ago.
Yeah, you're right, I
We
did.
don't have an MOU.
I stand
That's part of the
corrected.
reason why we're back
I
here.
stand corrected.
So refer back, for anybody that has any interest in digging deeper on this conversation here, is refer back to council 6 or 8 weeks ago when we had our last water update with Mr. Murphy. And Mayor, to be quite fair, I felt like you were berating our city manager that day with respect to the lack of communication about the meetings and us not getting information, and specifically you were talking about Harbor Island. So at that point, I felt like, again, my plea for urgency as far back as March doesn't feel like it's being heard. For those of us that don't feel like water is the number one urgent issue before us, then I don't know what you're listening to or what you're researching, because it is, again, an urgency.
Number one.
And so, for example, with respect to communication, how many weeks ago did the Pape Dawson study come to the city? Have we been shared that information yet?
I don't
So
know.
again-
I didn't know it did.
So
I didn't know it did.
Again, I think
Are you
my
sure?
involvement in this is about continuing to make this the most urgent issue that is before us.
Councilman Suckley, there's a process set up right now. Every week they meet, and that's the reason for it. Every week they meet.
Okay, tell me
That's the reason.
what tangible progress we've made to this
But if
point,
that's your,
Mayor.
that's your opinion, that's
7
your opinion.
months.
This-
7 months.
This council agreed to that process, so
But again,
it should go to
doesn't
him.
seem like it's
Y'all are
very
making
urgent.
your own.
Doesn't seem like it's very
but you're
urgent, and I'll
making
leave it
your
at that,
own.
and that's why I'll be
I'm gonna leave it at that
supporting
as
it.
well. There's a process, and it wasn't used again. I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 25.
I have another comment, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So
ahead.
it's unfortunate you fuss at me about talking over you, but you don't have a problem with talking over Mr. Suckley. So my comment is, the first time we brought this, and this time we bring this, we brought this in a spirit of, let's sit down and work through this and try to come up with a working document that we could all agree to and send over to the Port of Corpus Christi to see if we could get their support for it. But we have not been provided an opportunity to do that. All we've been provided is, no, you can't do this. We don't want to talk about this. We don't want to have any collaboration with the port. So I'm going to say to the listening public out here, this is an opportunity that we're missing. This is an opportunity for us to save the taxpayers of this city millions of dollars with the Port of Corpus Christi helping us pay for this. And we're going to sit here today and vote against having that opportunity. We're going to vote against voting for, because I know what the outcome's going to be, because the mayor's been talking to everybody in Corpus Christi about this since she found out about it. But this is going to be an opportunity that this city council is going to once again pass up for us to be able to save the taxpayers of this city millions of dollars.
Okay.
Thank you.
One last comment.
Okay, no, we're gonna,
I've only spoken once.
Okay, so we have a process right now. Mr. Zanoni, you are meeting with the Port of Corpus Christi on a weekly basis.
Right. I personally am not every week, but our Corpus
the
Christi
city.
water team is meeting. Right now, what's happening, and let me remind the council members, work has been happening since the city council approved your resolution that said the city would work with the port or vice versa to find alternative sources back in March of 2023. That's when the motion was approved by this city council. So during that time, the CEO of the port has resigned. We have a new CEO. I'm working with Kent Britton. I met with him his first day on the job as interim. And we've been working. What we're working on is an integration study that the port is funded at $400,000 by Pape Dawson, who understands our distribution system, because they're working on it for the impact fee study. So they're working weekly to see what are the ways that we could, if there was a desal plant on Harbor Island, integrate the water into the city's water system, since we're the sole provider and distributor of water. They will be, as an update to the council, they will be providing an update to the Port Commission next week at their meeting. I'm going to get briefed on what they're going to present this week from Kent Britton, who I spoke with yesterday, actually every day this weekend and yesterday and today. And then we're going to meet with the city council and review that same presentation.
Thank you. And again, for clarity, I've spoken with the CEO of the port. I've spoken with port commissioners. This opportunity is not lost, sir. And I would never allow that either. Never. I would not. I would not. We are waiting. There's a process. We've established it. That feasibility study it hasn't come before us. I don't know where it is, Mr. Suckley. I don't know. Right? Okay. But the point is, there is a process in place for better communication. Because you were at the table for better communication, for us to be in constant communication with the port. That's what has happened. That is what has taken place. So that said, we've been advised this could potentially violate the Texas Constitution and our city charter. It isn't something.
That's one person's opinion. That's one person's opinion.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
and he's an attorney and he's the city's attorney.
Well, I can go hire attorneys.
I know that, and so can I, Mr. Pusley, but it is what it is. We can't bring in 15 attorneys.
And
I mean,
our
we can't.
attorney shouldn't be advising us 5 minutes before the meeting starts unless all of us have had an opportunity to review that document.
Well, this item shouldn't be put on a Thursday.
So
It's
Mayor,
same thing,
what you're
so that
saying
we can
is
have time.
that from this point forward,
Look at everything.
you are making the absolute statement from this point forward that the members of this city council have no right or no authority to bring issues before this council that they would like to see discussed.
Absolutely not.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, I'm telling you right now, that's not what I'm saying.
So when
What
did you
I'm
want
sa-
me to submit this?
No,
Should it matter?
You know what, we'll talk offline, Councilman. It's about courtesy. That's all. It's about
Councilman
courtesy.
Pusley, I can, so part of our agenda process is Monday ideally is when the full agenda with all the backup is provided to the council. And that's a change I instituted 4.5 years ago.
I understand.
Right, before it was literally the council got a lot of material, their whole agenda packet, the Friday before the Tuesday. That was the practice. When I started, I said, let's change that. That doesn't give the council enough time. So we give full 7-day advance notice with the
No,
exception.
we requested that. We requested that.
Okay, you
as a
requested it,
council.
great. Okay, you requested it. So, so some things do get added from time to time, either deleted or added on a Friday, but the rule is, and I keep reminding the team, this Monday has to be it. It's not fair to the council or anybody else to get something late being Friday.
With all due
'Cause if
respect, I submitted this
Yeah.
on Wednesday. It was not my fault that the city's computer system put it in a rat hole that nobody could see.
I know, okay, I'm not sure what happened there, but so to get something on a Thursday when Miles is at a TML conference certifying his degrees and such, it just doesn't give people a lot of time. That's the reason we try to get everything in Monday, so people can read, people can do analysis. The way the system works here and with most of the agendas, that it takes a thorough review of numerous departments, our purchasing, our legal, our budget office, the city manager's office, the originating department. So generally, there's more than a week's review time of an item to make sure it's sufficient to be placed on an agenda. Miles's opinion is one that he has to render by charter. He has to approve everything that goes on the agenda for it legally being binding. If he doesn't have the option to do that, then he needs to, by the city charter, issue a statement.
Well, then I'm
That's
going
what
to
he
go
did.
back to what I said before, Peter.
Right.
We came to Miles months ago and
I know,
asked him for
yeah.
his help on this, and he refused to give us any help.
But that's a separate issue.
He
The issue-
refused to do that.
Right, that's a separate issue, though. The issue of.
No, it's not a separate issue,
The memo
Peter.
that he had a chance to review was given to him on Thursday. That's why his opinion came in late. is all
Okay,
I'm
that's
saying.
not true. This is the exact same memo that
Excuse
we
me,
were
but
weeks ago.
isn't Councilman
Months ago.
Pusley
We're
over
gonna
his
take the
limit
vote.
of speaking? Isn't Councilman Pusley over his limit of speaking? Can we address that to our city secretary?
Not over any limit.
Rebecca?
There is no limit.
I missed the question.
I showed that he's spoken more than twice, so yes.
All right, we're going to go ahead and call the vote. Rebecca, take a roll call, please. We're calling a vote.
Wait a minute.
Take a roll
Wait a
call.
minute. We still have questions here. I mean,
We don't have
to that
questions.
to that point with Miles, this is the same MOU that the port approved months ago.
Okay, fine.
This is the one we brought the initial time. He didn't make these comments then, when it came the first time, when we decided to just instruct Peter to work with them, okay? None of that was done before that. He had this document months ago.
Okay.
And for you to say that he just got it on Thursday is complete nonsense.
Okay. it
It's
just came-
nonsense.
it
It's
just
not
came
true.
back- It came back, Councilman.
Okay,
You
but it
guys
was the
are bringing
same
this
exact
back.
memo. He
Okay.
didn't
Well,
say
then
anything
you
back
need to-
then. And then the second thing, the Pape Dawson report has been ready for over a month. They were waiting on us.
Yep.
You don't think we
Well, I
don't
don't
talk
know
to the
about that.
port? that we don't hear things from them as
We're
well.
going to vote on this and move
All right,
forward. You
fine.
guys put it on, we're voting.
Fine.
Rebecca, please take a roll call.
Okay, so just, it's a motion to approve the MOU, right? That was attached to
Yes,
the agenda.
yes.
Okay.
Did we make a motion? Oh, I'm sorry.
there's no
Who made the motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Rebecca?
Okay, so for a roll call vote, Councilmember Hernandez.
Aye.
Hunter.
After waiting for 7.5 years for desal and following 5.5 years before that for any progress in desal in the city, I have to vote yes.
Okay. Klein.
No.
Pesley. Yes, okay, no problem. Roy.
No.
Suckley.
Yes.
Barrera.
No.
Campos? No.
Mayor Guajardo.
No.
Okay, the item fails.
Great, thank you. Okay, there being no further items on the agenda, this meeting is adjourned.